Alright, welcome to today's stream. So first of all, we're gonna look at another tournament to see how the current meta is evolving. And we're still missing some games from the Americas. Probably the European version as well, with Horrible Will in a bunch of matchups. Alright, let's see. I chose Elite over Quick Supply, which I think is probably correct here because he has a sledge start and the other version did not. And sledges basically have very little matchups where they totally lose. For example, the Sabertooth kills them off very slowly. So we have Elite versus Supply. Elite is, I would say, probably favored, especially because of the HP differences. There's like entire early game that a Horrible Will cannot lose, and Elite has a lot of tempo early, so I'm not sure about that one, but we will see. For now it's a pretty middle heavy versus asymmetrical pull. So round one pretty standard goes to Horrible Will. Right, immediately unit drops. Farseer, I think no big surprise because it's the best unit for the first drop. Just 100 and have a great all-arounder unit, a little bit of chaff clear, a little bit of anti-air. I think there's very little downsides to picking that kind of unit on round 2. Right, so second round also to Horrible Will, but it's 4k HP still, since it's Elite. Now we got some interesting stuff. We got Efficient Tech versus Advanced Power System. Advanced I like because of the Hound, it's a little bit slow. Same for the Saber. Helps them get into range of these marksmen a little bit quicker, since they are at a range disadvantage right now. Sledge is outranging the Hounds a little bit, but he did pick the range upgrade as well. So we got a lot of Hounds in this game, I like that. So I'm going to see how they perform against a basically attempt of playing standard elite versus Hound push. Double spell pickup, and Hobo will going for efficient giant manufacturing. So it's gonna be some sort of plan to transition from Sabertooth into something else. Giant related, obviously. On the other side we got double bubbles, so he's afraid of the smoke. See if the Sabers manage to pop the bubbles. I don't think they will, because they are currently dealing with them outside. Alright, so this bubble is mostly down. It is down. And the marksman won't move, so unfortunately the bubble will be popped if the Saber connects. Yeah, there we go. One level 3 Saber has 22k HP to burn. And the shield device will go down. Alright. Very good round, because it was into oil and into smoke. Doesn't really need much more tempo. And levels on the Hounds as well. Faster, all the good stuff. So pretty far ahead now. So we've got another big investment into bubbles, and I'm afraid won't make any difference whatsoever. The Saber is a huge problem, because it will require a melter to kill that. There's too many DPS units focused on just this one unit. It still doesn't die, because there's not enough direct damage, and it's gonna reach into full by the end of the round. So that's a huge pickup. Since you can always sell the Saber later and put the item on a big fort or something like that. So very powerful item. Could also be put on the Worm, if he decides to go for that later. Make rage on the sledges. Interesting. So it's basically forcing a response to the sledgehammers. But to be fair, there is already the pick of efficient giant manufacturing in. So I'm not even sure if he wants to do that, because if a fort is coming, it will deal with sledgehammers as well. And then we have the double shot for the marksman to increase the DPS. Right, so now there's a full-blown overcommittal on Phantom Race with the new ability. Okay, never mind. To be honest, I don't think this was winnable. This kind of tech is very one round heavy and that's it. And the rest of the setup was just not good. The marksman on defense version does work. I have made it work myself, but you have to give up this side. You have to play on the other side so the marksman can make use of their range advantage. But getting pushed in like that, I don't think that is holdable. Really cool idea, I think, with the dogs, because these kind of units feed a lot of XP since they are level 2. And doggies perform, generally speaking, way better with higher levels than on base level. So he was going for the worm transition that I mentioned. That's the problem with overcommitting into this kind of saber with this kind of damage. It does not do enough. So that's a typical game of saber wins with proper itemization. Really good start. Now we got Speed Spider into one of the worst packs in the early game. On a training spec. Not quite sure why he chose this pack. It has a lot of HP, but these kind of units not that great early. Mustang's level 1, one of the weaker units in the entire game. Will become that much stronger late game, but cannot really afford to wait that long. And you can tag into them later for free nowadays, so there's no advantage starting with them early. Unless you are expecting Mars Fangs turn 1, which does not happen. So they will gonna be absolutely crushed by the Tarantula opener. Does not have arc light, so he can't clear chaff. Brawlers will tank the level 2 marksman, which is absolutely useless in this kind of situation and feeds a lot of XP. And then when he gets this tower debuff, he doesn't matter as much because he can still probably never clear the crawlers. Or the spiders make it to the marksman. So that's a good explanation why the Mustang marksman pack is basically unpickable, I think, in the early game. You have to have some very, very bad other packs to justify that. Haste module is great. Good item for both, I would say. One is a Mustang user and the other one is a Spider user. Spider profits a little bit more from the haste module because it needs the speed. The Mustangs do not. So I would say so-so. Oh, he's gonna put it on our own Mustang. Interesting. Lots of rockets. A little bit odd. I'm not sure why he did choose to rocket that. Alright, we got Raiden versus Wasp. Honor Wasp. And a Cell. So it's basically just doing this for one round and then probably selling out of them. And just distracting the marksman since the Mustangs will hopefully do something, or he's gonna just pull out the rocket. Also valuable, it's minus 50. Right, so the Raiden is level 2 because of the training spec. However, that's alone on turn 3, which is terrible news for the eco. And there's already haste module Mustangs level 2 and a marksman on the field, so they will eat that thing no problem. In my opinion, Raiden is not that good of a defensive unit. I will only take it from the unit drop, and I'm most likely wanna use it if I'm pushing. Not so much for the normal. Super heavy versus extended range Vulcan. Some weird stuff going on here. So Vulcan is playable, but there is a gigantic tarantula coming in. So unless you have some serious DPS backing up the Vulcan, you will never make use of this card. And it's into a speed spec as well, so they will close the distance. .24 speed on the Mustang. Without any tower upgrades. Right, so same thing as last round. Rinse and repeat. Raiden still does not do the trick. almost like a lead spec because everything is dealing so much damage that it actually does get the levels. Right, double heavy armor on the Vulcan, I guess. Remember, this is extended range Vulcan, so it already has 35% decreased HP since this card got nerfed. It used to give attack damage, but it does not anymore. And Horrible Will is transitioning into worms, into big worms with a elite recruitment. Both of these items obviously really nice for worms. Both of these worms do not care about the Vulcan and do not care about the Raiden either. Only in the sense that the worm requires somebody else to kill the Raiden, but that's not gonna be an issue because everything else in the backline does deal very well with this kind of unit, which does not deal very well with crawlers at all. Too slow of a turn rate, doesn't have chain. Some mad text, by the way. I don't think you can run Fog over EMP. Ionization is questionable, but it is very good in a situation where you need it, so you can run it as a 4th tank. But skipping EMP I don't think is advisable. Right, so last round to make something work. Saber to answer the big worms. Just for the info, a Saber has 36,000 HP damage, so it can kill the small worm, but the big Giga worm he's gonna have some trouble against unless he runs double shot. And the worm can deal with the Saber in time. There's the ionization. I think this is a good scenario for ionization. Unfortunately, there was still some freaking crawlers left last time, so let's hope he can clear those a little bit faster. Let's have a look at the worm. So worms have shown up. The Raidens have not shot the worms once and died. Alright, so ionization making zero difference there, because there was no targeting on that part. And then the worm can eat some saber shots, doesn't matter. And that is GG, since he is already in kill range. Alright. So he got tarantulaed and then wormed. Had no DPS, picked a Raiden, didn't sell it. And that was the game. Alright, next one. And the following one will be interesting, because it's gonna be against Underdog, and Underdog won the other tournament on that same day. Alright. Marksman spec most likely. Supply spec for Cold Fire. Oh, he does pick Rhino spec with Mustang Crawler. Interesting. Does value the monies of the Rhino over the better starting pack, I guess. Because as I previously said, the Mustangs do not perform that well. If you want to play them round 1, you most likely need to go on one side, like he's doing right now. One defensive crawler. And he's playing pretty much standard Spider, without HE too. I can't imagine that this guy came very far. There he is, 2-3. Alright. There is gonna be a steel ball. Spicy. So since he started with normal money like everybody else, he forgoes a deployment to get the steel balls on board. Tower timing is not too great. And the spider's gonna eat everything else. Alright. So turn 1 cheese balls, not that effective, but they do get some scaling to them. Anti-interference module. Good item all around. People pick this because of the anti-hacker function, but most of the time it's super interesting on things like steel balls, for example, because it prevents them from getting slowed from the tower debuff, and it enables them to keep their attacks in case an EMP hits them. So very powerful item for 0 or 50 in this case money. There's a phoenix cheese coming. Alright. Steel balls still connect to the tarantula, but the other tarantula is way out of here. Steel balls making good use of the debuff timer. And then the phoenixes will feed to the mustangs. Generally speaking, mustangs kill fangs. Phoenix very good early game, so. Alright, quadruple arclight drop. My goodness. Level 2 Scorpion, pretty powerful, but in this case I think I agree with the arclight pick. Like, it fixes so many problems that this board has, because we have one less deployment because of the steel ball play. No chef clear, and then we have a drop that fixes all of that. So it's a very, very good random event. And on the other hand, we have the Scorpion to deal with the balls, but pretty much nothing else. Everything else it just overpowers by sheer volume of stats. That's all it is. There's some doggies here for the flanking. See how those perform. They deal with the crawlers and almost lose a hound. Okay, not bad. Doesn't have attack enhancement. If he had, the hounds wouldn't take any damage and they would clear way faster. So might be something to play around. Right, huge stomp by the spider army. And now is the time for the rhino. Okay, steel balls get sold again. Their time was gone anyway, because these kind of units do not care about steel balls. Too much damage, too much chaff clear, too much health. So Horrible Will's game plan is simple. Mustangs clear the fangs, and then when the big boys come in, he wants to have a hacker. Picked up the intensive training to make it even bigger, range on that, and hope that the Mustangs do survive the massacre so the Phoenix actually dies, because the hacker cannot do anything about the Phoenix. And neither can the hacked units, which is always a big concern when playing hacker. Basically, can your opponent's units counter themselves or can they not? If they can, it's really good for the hacker. Alright, so far the hacking is doing pretty much nothing. And now it's time to hack some hounds, just still not that high of a value. And then the hacker finally hacks his first tarantula and gets killed by the phoenixes. Alright, so another big tempo loss around. Laser sights, really good item. Actually, for the hacker and for the Mustang, both profit a great deal. Now it is Raiden time. Also a very good laser sight target, to be honest. More hackers. And I really like this one, range. I already said that the Mustangs need to kill the Fangs as fast as they can, and they have to be in range to do so before the hacker actually starts hacking the other stuff. I'm not sure why he clicked Spider Mine though. Spider Mine is not that good into hacker. It oftentimes damages your own units. And you already saw the one hacker on the board with a tick, so I'm not sure about this one. I think this is a throw. Raiden is doing fine, I guess. This stat is not always accurate because the hacker does not deal damage, and the hacker damage was way more than the Raiden. Yeah, there we go. Spider-Mine's doing him a big disservice this round. Was for the Wasp? Huh. Not that interesting into Mustang. Now he's coming in with the worms. So the worms are no problem for hackers if they have a tank. If they don't, there's gonna be some issues. Flanking worms. Okay, this is some wild place. Raiden does not turn, but the damage of the Phantom Rays is high enough to kill the worm anyway. Then this worm will pull all the chaff. I'm thinking that's the idea, that the spiders will deal with the Mustangs and then the chaff disappears into the worm's mouth. However, this side is losing hard due to the Phantom Ray pick, and the hackers only need to win one side to be able to profit from the ability. And in the end, it does not work out. I'm really not too sure why the worms on the flank. I think worms are pretty horrible in this kind of position. There's a lightning storm coming. Steel balls to deal with the worm. Does work thanks to the portable shield, otherwise this is a very questionable position because there's no chaff right now. But should be fine. This one already dealt with the worm last round, should be able to do that. Although the worm is much more tanky this time. Check on the Phoenix as well. There's just 3 Phoenixes because this will die instantly. And the Raiden's still untacked. Alright, so we're hacking the worm. This worm already got exploded by the shield bolts. Shield was pretty decent. No major losses on the lightning strike. Good oil play. And here comes the problem that I mentioned. There is very, very little anti-air on this side of the board, and the Phoenixes can deal with the Raidens just fine, because the Raidens do not have range and they do not have chain. If they have both, the Phoenixes will probably take some damage. This is a super, super close game. Very, very janky. Interesting. Goes for this sledgehammer. A sledgehammer without armor. Into a level 3 Vulcan with incendiary. One worm gets sold, which is great because that was 0 use. This one delays a little bit of chaff, I guess, but ooh, linked feed maintenance sledgies. So he's trying to tank the Phoenix power and keep up the front line for the Mustangs and for the hacker. I'm gonna watch this one because that's interesting. The worm is gonna die. Right, so the Mustangs also die because of the fire. Raiden still untacked. Alright, we're hacking the big Vulcan. Also the small Vulcan. And that's it. So sledge play worked out. It did just buy a little bit of time to get the hackers going, and once the hackers start hacking stuff, you basically create chaff on the opponent's side of the board, which is obviously very powerful. And you don't even need the sledges to survive until the end, you just need them for a decent amount of time. Alright, very, very weird game, I would say. Not necessarily a bad game whatsoever, but questionable. Alright, so this is gonna be the big one. This is Underdog. Underdog winning another tournament. Got some speed, Hound, Sledge Pack. I think all of these are playable, at least. Quick supply here as well. Just go for the Rhino. Alright. So it's Rhino versus Typhoon. So basically they chose the money packs. So Horrible Will is staying true to his modus operandi from the second game. Does not run fire on the Stormcaller anymore. Interesting. So value is high explosive, pretty much. Let's quick forward this one because there's not much happening here. Actually, I will just skip it. I can already tell you what happened. Horrible Will uses this round due to the steam walls, and that's it. Steam walls do not level. They gain half a level and half a level, divided like true brethren. Alright, so we have a speedball stopper unit. Just delay them. The Hound cheese play, but he did press the tower enhancement. Basically just a greed check. Are you greedy enough to not do this, or Are you fine? It's gonna pull half of the crawlers, so it's not that bad of a play. And now the snedges stall out the steel bolts right in front of the storm crawlers, hopefully killing them. But you know how storm crawlers work. Usually they don't, and that's it. Yeah, late chaff coming in. Hounds and fangs getting demolished by arclights. That's that. So it's round 3. Defensive Mulkan and a corner Wraith. Let's see if he sells another unit, if he will sell the Hound, for example. Looks like the doggies stay and get obliterated by the Wraith. There's one single marksman on anti-air duty. I'm not sure if he's gonna make it. But the Vulcan is cleaning Siberia's house with the Scorching Fire. Lots of damage. The poor marksman can't do it, and that is gonna be minus 600. Interesting. Photon emission versus a amplifying core. And we have Boat Typhoon starting on the line versus the Wraith Rhino Steel Ball. So that's gonna be a great matchup for these units. The boat likes killing all of these 3. Rhino is going to take a great amount of damage from the Vulcan, but does not quite die due to the photon. And then the boat will probably crack this tower. However, there is going to be a bunch of stuff left. So we will see how the boat will deal with that. Luckily, he has some Typhoons, and the Typhoons should be able to clear some of the crawlers before they come in. The Rhino is no threat anymore, it's basically down. Get another free Arclight, and then the tower debuff comes at a very favorable time, because there's basically nothing in front. And Wraith is locking on. And there's still too much chaff left. Alright. That's another lost round for Horrible Will. Another item. Got Rhino armor, and we got boat armor with launcher overload. These units are short range and try to run in, that's why he clicked launcher overload, just to double the DPS, since the range is not as much as a factor. This is, by the way, a play that I hate about boats. The Rhino can just walk away from the boat and it will miss its shots, even with launcher overload. There's nothing you can do about this, unfortunately. You can put a unit here that tries to grab the Rhino, but as long as units are moving, there's a high chance that the boat will not hit anything. And that is quite annoying for a 500 cash unit. And that is something that still exists. Like here. I did snap that arclight in the back though. Alright, so the Melter is winning this side. And the Wraith is still holding strong. So we have a Raiden added into the push. And the first tech that comes from Underdog is the Raiden range. So boats have range and overload, so they carry boating. And there's the next one. We have Wasp, so in case we go for the Wasp upgrade, we can get Shielded Wasp. We can also get area spec to deal with the Raidens. Now we got a range online. So Raiden is on the same range as the boats, but only due to the tower range. Otherwise it would be the same. Right, Raiden outside the chain. Not that good into Wasp. But there's simply not enough left. And there will be Fangs on the board, so the Melter will just die even if he took one down on one of the boats. Alright, so we have a big tempoed recuperation. A spawn upgrade for the back boat. Still trying to dodge the big killing power that is standing here, and there is the EMP. I like that. EMP can disable the boat before it has the photon emission online, unless there's enough chaff here in the way. If there's not, the Raiden can get the EMP onto them, but there is still no chain. So I'm not sure without chain if that's doable. Alright, we got sledgehammers with field maintenance to heal the damage of the Wraith and the crawlers and such, to buffer and get some time for the boats to do their job, since they're the only DPS unit you need. Nice rocket on the Rhino to slow it down so the boat doesn't miss, and there we go. EMP does hit the first boat. Got no Wasp upgrade yet, but the boat does kill the entire thing. And there is gonna be a Wasp flank getting tower debuff. So Raiden's very, very squishy units, and if the boats can connect, they will win. The Sledgehammer upgrade also came in because he has the tank production line, so he's continuously gonna churn out free sledges that regenerate health to make sure that the Melter has something else to lock on than the Overlord. Alright, that's a clean round for Horrible Will. So he needs one more good round and that should be it. Another production line. This tower can be killed by Wasp, but it will take a little bit long. This one is the squishiest one, so there will be an answer here. I would even say that's worth clicking area spec here, because there is multiple air units around and you could do that. Photon mission also fine, mothership fine, all good upgrades for the boats. A lot of beaconing is happening, but there is an oil available, which cannot be dodged. Right, Rhino's still trying to tank, but the boat damage is gonna get a little bit too much. But the pushing power on the left is gonna be stifled by the oil. But the other side can deal. Oh, he did actually spec range and area spec on the Wasp. But it's a little bit too late, I think. The Overlords are all very tanky units and they do produce chaff constantly. So quite hard for the Wasp to actually connect to them. Same for the Raiden, which still does not have chain, by the way. I'm not sure if without chain the Raiden can do anything about this, because we need a way to clear all of this self-producing chaff. And I don't think without EMP connecting to the boats you will be able to do though. Alright, is it enough? Produced units do not deal as much damage as normal units, so it is not enough. Mustangs, great for both here because there's Wasp and air units on the field, and Mustangs are generally speaking very good units. Another Vulcan to burn the chaff, making use of another oil turn. More Raidens and still no chain. I'm not sure if this is not gonna do the exact same thing as before. He does spec aerial specialization, so the Mustangs will actually try to kill the boats if they get in range. But there's still a lot of sledges around. Okay. So Wraith is dying as it's gonna do every round. I think he should have sold that Wraith a long time ago. Right. Mustang is getting grilled by the Vulcan. This one I like. I think Underdog could have won this if he spammed a lot of interceptor attacks, because the boats are still very weak to interceptor, but obviously one turret is not gonna do it. If you put down 2 per boat, it's gonna deal damage, but it's gonna take a very, very long time. So you can overload the boats still, it's just a little bit harder to do. But for example, on this flank we had 3 units of boats. So let's say that's 6 missile devices here in the back. That should have made a difference. Or you just take the missile interceptor, because the Mustangs have an even more powerful ability to clear rockets. And the Raidens are enough damage to deal with the boats. I don't think you need the Mustangs to do damage, but you need the Raidens to connect with the electromech, and you need to remove the damage of the boat, since that's the only carry unit here that can deal with high HP targets. And everything else is bigger and smaller glorified chaff clear. This is actually one of these that I would replay. I'm not sure if Underdog had any chance in this particular game, but he might have if he spec'd a little bit earlier. It's always hard to do this on one round, because the strategy has to be set in motion way earlier to work. But we never know, because he is on 2k HP, so if we can do a good turn here, it might actually turn out interesting. Alright. So we will pick the Mustangs, as I said. We will press range and overload. And get a bunch of them online. So there was one interceptor here already, so we can probably pull out one Mustang. We're gonna keep it far, far away from the oil, because that he's gonna put something here to burn the oil is pretty obvious. And since that is the case, I think I would argue putting a crawler beacon around or something similar could also work. Right. And now we're gonna try to overload the site. I would love to get the chain, but I'm not sure if I have the funds to do everything here, since we are a few turns behind. Can we get 700 credits? I don't think so. Because we have these wasp here. No, we can't. Right, Rhino is just gonna try and not run in. I guess one more rocket. So we can get rid of this crawler pack and deal with them. Let's see. As you can see, the Brave that died last turn immediately did not die immediately because the boats took 2 rounds of firing to get rid of this side crawler. But I still think it's not enough. It's very interesting because the HP of the rockets was buffed last patch. Yeah, but I think without the chain effect we do not have the TPS. Did win this side. But we simply get stuck and that's it. Alright. So Mustangs cannot save this round. As I said, it's pretty hard to do this on one turn, unless it's a big blunder. But I don't think there was a particular turn that was super horrible. I don't think so. Alright. So now we have another good one. That's HD Susawa, I assume. We'll see. So. Just want to check something. There we go. Alright. So we have quick supply. Nice. Finally a quick supply. We have ball and fangs. Versus giant spec, training spec. I think they are all pickable, but giant spec is the... Okay, he just does go for the giant. Quick deploy. Stages vertical to get rid of the steel ball advance. I will skip the first round because there's not much happening. So HD lost a little bit of HP, but not by much. Steel ball XP was pretty low. And we go for a item on Horrible Will, and a smart marksman picks up for HD as you saw. The problem is he doesn't have any marksman on the field yet. So I guess it's gonna be a play for later. Okay, so Stormcallers. So he's trying to get out of the steel balls and try to play some standard. Since he picked up the steel balls. Still picked up the Stormcallers, he will win this round. Pretty easily, I think, just because of the Arclights. Arclights do not do well against Stormcallers. Neither do Fangs. And the Steel Bolts are doing a fine job in just tanking a little bit of damage. That's all they need to do. Alright. Firepower system. This is gonna be a Mustang. It's gonna be a Distraction Crawler to deal with the Stormcallers. And the Vulcan. So big boy plays. Using the Giant Specialist to get the Vulcan online early. Now this board, not particularly interesting for Vulcans, to be honest. Vulcans do not like walking slowly into Stormcaller artillery. Vulcans deal good with crawlers, but there's a lot of Fangs on the board. But thanks to the item, he will deal with the Steel Balls as well. But to be honest, the Steel Balls are not a problem on this kind of board at all. So he's just a tanky boy and will kill some medium-sized units. And then he will fall over and die. Alright. Unit drops. Okay, 3 Mustangs versus Wasp. So a back Wasp to defend flank, a middle Wasp, and another Vulcan. I think it's safe to assume that HT Susawa would pick the Mustangs. However, untagged Mustangs pretty horrible into Vulcan. And there's gonna be a surprise Worm Wasp. And he saved the heavy armor on the sledges for this day. So he now has the annoying Worm option. Because most of these units do not deal very well with worms at all. So he's transitioning to the Giants early since he's a Giant spec and he's making use of his unlocks. I like that. Yeah, Vulcans will just shaft clear everything. Mustangs do not have any upgrades, so they will just sit in front of the worm and then get grilled by the Vulcans. And HD went for the marksman including range, and he did go for the elite recruitment, so he invested a lot of money into the marksman. Marksman deal with the Vulcan very well, but if this worm gets any tax whatsoever, he's gonna outscale the marksman pretty easily. But for now I think he is fine. Since there's too much stuff left on the board. But the marksmen do not level at all. So outside of double shot he doesn't have that many options. Alright, HD goes for the advanced offensive tactics. Most of the time that's a misplay because you have upgrades in your tower that do this for cheaper. So unless he picks double attack upgrade this game, it's gonna be unnecessary. And then Horrible Will went for the big crawler play and get more crawlers online. Crawlers are great if they come in late for him, because the marksman will get stuck on them and the Arclights are the ones that should deal with them. Unfortunately though, there was a fire play by HD Zissaur and kills the majority of the chaff and will probably even kill the Stormcallers if given time. Vulcans finally have their upgrade, they have range, and now they're grilling the entire board. Meanwhile the worm still can't be killed very well. Does not have a upgrade yet, but he will have it once he hits level 2, I think. And now the outscaling part that I mentioned has begun. Because the marksman cannot focus the worm or the Vulcan, because the worm will gonna go underground, so they will split the damage, and then the AoE from the Vulcan is barely enough to clear everything, and the worm survives. Alright, so this time we have some marksman levels. Skip for both. Right, so it's marksman time for the Vulcans. War factory, interesting. So this is a war factory with efficient maintenance, so it's gonna cost only 50 credits per round, but it's a very, very slow play because you don't get any of the interesting techs, and the war factory is way, way, way delayed. So he parked it behind the tower, so it gets kind of stuck and gets stalled out until it's gonna hit the worm. It's an absolute giant killer unit, so it's gonna try and hit the worm when it shows its face in front of the tower here. That's interesting. I've never seen that kind of play before. And there we go, the worm door goes down. Now Vulcans do not deal very well with huge amount of HP, but this war factory does not have armor and it's under tower debuff, so it's gonna die in combination with all the other damage that was left here. So it did achieve what it was trying to do, but it didn't deal anything else to the entire board. Alright, Scorpion, Sabertooth. Scorpion all getting stuck here. Sabertooth got sold immediately, so the war factories actually get some production tech, so they will produce some steel balls. Other than that, not much. So we got ranged scorpions on this side. Worm finally gets level 2, so he's gonna be pretty tanky still, even against war factories. And beaconing this worm this way means he gets a little bit delayed. He doesn't come in as early. And there's gonna be some oil over here, but that oil will ignite pretty much instantly when the Vulcans move forward. He bought a marksman to get the range, since he cannot buy them when they get spawned by the Vulcan. And there goes the ignite, killing every single chaff unit in this side. The Wasps are still dealing fine here because they distract the marksman from shooting the Vulcans too early. War factories getting stuck. And the worm comes in late, as we just expected, because it was beaconed to the side, which delays the worm until later, and when the worm arrives, all the marksmen or the Stormcaller artillery in the back will die. Alright, very good round from Horrible Will. So the war factory play not working out at all so far, and he's paying 100 per round to just keep them. HD goes for a tech here. He tries to get the oil one turn earlier. So we'll see how much that's gonna make in difference. And then we have a shield airdrop on the Stormcaller. Alright, so now we have Acid on the field. Acid obviously very powerful against high HP units, but it's also relevant because the acid puddles will increase the Vulcan damage massively. So if only Vulcans are alive and the war factory is in acid, it's still gonna die, no problem. The only issue is you have to get the scorpions to shoot at the right target. So if a bunch of scorpions are shooting at some crawlers in the front, You will tank your own asset, and that's obviously never fun. But for now the asset is right at the middle line. Alright, asset is on the war factory. It's taking humongous amounts of damage as we predicted. And now it's just about cleaning up the marksman, and that's it, because that is a bunch of giants alive. And that's GG. Alright. I thought this play was interesting, but I've never seen somebody click efficient maintenance on a war factory and actually get away with that. Most of the time it's just a one cheese, one trick thing, and that's it. Incendiary Stormcallers as well to get some fire on the field, but the main issue here was not the chaff, I don't think. The chaff was coming in, but he had 3 crawler units in the back, 1 in the front, and then there's a fang, and that's all the chaff there was. So not really that relevant of an upgrade here, I feel. It did get disrespected. You didn't even get anything against it. Alright. So another interesting game, Apuchi. Apuchi is also a very good player. Also tournament winner. Got a Rhino, got speed for him, that's his specialty. And Horrible Will has supply, marksman, even fast here if he prepares the money again. He does not. So in this case he's gonna go for the Arc Steel. And it's elite for Apuchi with a Hound Mustang start. Interesting. I wonder if he values the elite or if it's actually about the pack. Because I can't really think of a good reason to pick Hound Mustang early. But we'll see, we'll see. So it's supply versus elite, which means supply can outscale elite eventually, but it will take some time. Let's see what kind of turn 1 play Apuchi's gonna go for. So he has some steel balls to answers. There will be crawlers most likely. So could go for arc lights. Although if the arc lights die, they will feed some good XP to the balls. Could go for marksman and hope the Mustang Hound combo clears. Yeah, and that's what he's going for. Right, so we have crossplay, but there is gonna be 2 units on the left flank as well for Horrible Will. First the Hound unit gets annihilated, but it does stall a little bit, and the marksman gets a steel ball connection as well. And a good tower debuff, which helps the Mustangs a lot with the DPS. There's 0 tower pressure from Horrible Will. That's a lot of bodies for Apuchi early, because the hounds act like a small sledgehammer. Speaking of the devil, there is mass-produced sledgehammer on the table. Also heavy armor laser sight. Heavy armor could be interesting on bolts. Laser sight, not yet. Might be okay on the Mustang for sure. Apucci wants to take that. He is, however, elite, and elites have to take a little bit more time on these drops, because if they skip, they get to pick another unit, even a different unit than they started with. That costs 300. If he picks something here, he cannot do that play, and he has to pick 2 100 cost units. Which is fine if he wants to play hounds, for example, but not fine if he wants to do some medium-size shenanigans. Oh, that's a very early oil. Did actually go for the heavy armor. And Apucci busts out a Sabertooth. With the play we mentioned, skipping 50 and then buying for 450. Front Sabertooth that gets blocked by oil, and there's a flank from a level 2 hound. A very forward ball to get tower pressure on this one. Even if he does fortify that, the steel balls will kill it in time. And now the Arclight is gonna do a one-man defense job until it gets wrecked by the Sabertooth. However, Arclight's doing really fine into hounds. The hounds have to get a level advantage to do something about it, and if they get chance shot, it's over. Then the balls continue the rampage, and the Sabertooth, no matter how tanky it is, it will die to the steel balls. Since its AoE got nerfed so much, the steel balls can just surround it, and they will still only lose maximum 1 ball per volley of saber shot. So it's not that bad of a matchup for them now. Alright. So Apucci taking some damage here. Very early oil play, but it is pretty effective. Right into the Saber's face. Alright, so we got the infamous Vase here, if we want him. There it is. Phoenix also an option, because there's no anti-air here yet. Rhino is doable, but because of the steel bolts, not that great. It's gonna get probably burned. I think the Phoenix is the sensible play for Apucci. If he doesn't want to sell, that is, but for a non-sell play, I think this is proper. Problem is that the Fascia was in the drop, and the Fascia is dealing a 2-shot damage to the Phoenixes, aka it does 1-shot them, because it shoots 2 missiles, and it has 2 launches. So that's gonna wreck the Phoenixes pretty badly. He does have jump drive, so he can save them a little bit, depending how where the Fascia shows up. And for now there is 0 chaff here, so I think the Phoenixes can deal their DPS to the balls. Right, so over here not much has changed. Very similar setup. Chorus in the back are still just 3. And we have some level 2 Fangs. Elite showing its weakness by not deploying cheap chaff, but more expensive one. But it's here to delay the steel balls from coming in. Doggy's still doing fine, but even if they are not getting killed by the Arclight, they cannot kill it. They don't have the kind of DPS to do so. And then the steel balls get into the tower again, and history repeats itself. So the Fascia did do its job. Alright. Let's fast forward this. It is a close game, but thanks to the tower debuff it is not. And the Fascia outranges the Saber, so the oil does favor the Fascia really, really hard. Which is why it's so bonkers that this unit has an EMP for 100 on as an option. Alright. So heavy armor versus orbital bombardment. To be fair, there's not that much to be bombard here, because he's spread out pretty far. But orbital bombardment will come back later, so he might get some value from that. And then we have arc-light range versus hound range. Interesting. Another saber. So we have double steel ball, level 2 with armor. So that's some very, very heavy balls. The only thing is the Phoenix still two-shots that, which is why he deployed a distraction crawler in the flank. So the Phoenixes have to shoot at those, and then the balls are already in his face. Went for speed so he can reach the tower faster. And he barely makes it. The Sabertooth just didn't manage to one-shot the tower. It will do so now. But again, Phoenix is getting absolutely murdered. And then this beast can kill the majority of this board. The only thing that the Farseer can't kill quickly is the Sabertooth. However, there is an assassin ball still on the loose. It's gonna get that tower, everything else is tanking for the Farseer, and then once it connects to the Saber, it's instantly dead. There's nothing you can do about this. This is a very powerful unit in the mid game. So until round 6, there's very little that can deal as much. Alright, so we have Horrible again going for efficient giants. And we're going for the Raiden. Speed again. Tower buffs. Which is irrelevant for the Hound matchup because it has a breaking point on attack and on the defense button. And he just clicked both. So now the Arclight can 3-shot the Hounds as it should. Alright, so Raiden is floating about. Towers still die pretty much at the same time. Other than that, the Raiden is pretty uncontested because there is very heavy balls right in the front. And when you're getting balls slapped in your face, you do not think too much about the giant bird. It does survive the last shot, but does not level. Very, very close to a level up. Got some giants, rhinos, and wraith. So another unit added to this ragtag team of flanking units. And now Apucci is an oil duty, and Horrible will also on oil. Since it's round 6 and he picked the oil very early, it has a 3-round cooldown. It's already back up. More Raidens. A good round for Raiden range, I feel like, because oil is pretty likely, because Apucci loses its tower, his tower every single time, so that's gonna hurt at some point, and then he's gonna pick it. Elite does not pick oil that early usually because they run out of money, but now in the later round, in round 6, he has the money, and he will actually try to protect them, and then the Raidens need range, otherwise they fly ahead and get just murdered by the Phoenixes. No EMP on the Phoenixes, by the way, so far I don't see any EMP source. on Abuchi's side of the board, so could take the balls if he wants to. Does run mechanical division. So there's a Wraith in front here. It's level 3, so it's gonna deal pretty fine with the Raidens. The Raidens do not deal as much damage as people make them out. However, there is a very nasty unit hidden below here that's quickly gonna deal a lot of damage, and in the end the Raidens just need some little support and then they can deal fine with any target. Alright, Marksman getting outranged now. Because he invested nothing into that. Interesting. Farseer scanning radar. Now I have no idea why he did that, to be honest. The only unit I would like more range on is the Raiden. And the scanning radar usually runs ahead and doesn't do anything for the air units. So I think we will just be stuck on the usual range. I'm not sure if he did that for the steel balls or for the arc lights, but I don't know. Level 3 War Factory got absolutely annihilated thanks to the Farseer Raiden combo and some steel ball for tanking. Alright. As you can see here, the Raiden has 165. This also has 165 because this ability, as far as I remember, the scanning radar does not say so, but it does not work for air units. Which is very, very sad in my opinion. I think it's already a pretty niche tech, but it's most useful for Hacker, Mustang, these kind of units. Not so much for other units. But in the end, I think it worked out. Oh, he did actually go for the mechanical division. I suggested that play last turn because we didn't see any EMP here, and every steel ball that dies is not only very tanky, but he's gonna drop some crawlers, and many of these units do not like that. The Saber hates that, the Wow Factory even doesn't like that, but it has overload, and the Phoenixes also get pretty badly damaged by that one. Alright, so very ragtag board again, but it does make it work. Also picking efficient tech research way too late, but okay. Really clean play overall. I have to say though, very lucky on the heavy armor steel ball play, because that is most of the time something that the steel balls obviously love. They die very, very hard in the mid game, but thanks to the item, they have some good amount of staying power then. Alright, so now we have another interesting one, which is black, and that's gonna be the last one, because black lost as a second place just to one guy, and that is to Horrible Will. Hence why he is a champ and the other one is not. So this is basically the finals. We have another elite spec right there. Interesting packs for Horrible Will. I think none of them are good, but training spec, most likely the middle of the pack. Cost control, nice. Alright, I'm looking forward to see how he does. Since it's cost control, we can expect some sort of cheese. Black does go for the supply spec, so no elite fan here. And it's gonna be some weird SM deploy. Going from Mustangs turn 1 into the Fang units. And then we have a cell for black turn 1. Big plays right here. So apparently he does not like taking sabers, he just picked this for the Fang and supply. HP are very, very equal. I would say both of their packs are not really that good, but they both have additional funds. In which case I would say the supply spec is favored if the game goes longer. However, if there is something like mass-produced fortress coming out, cost control can actually outscale him just based on unit drops. That's an easy peasy turn 1. Because Mustangs counter the Fangs, one of the Sabers got sold, and the Stormcallers counter the rest. Alright, so big tempo loss for Black right out of the gate. There's the Magic Farseer, and he does not pick the Magic Farseer. That's interesting. Does go for the Phantom Race, which get absolutely owned by the Farseer, by the way. Instantly goes for a Vulcan, so he's playing a giant spec on low budget. That's all he does. So Mr. Cost Control probably needs some sort of giant killing power. He does have the Stormcallers, but there is more Stormcallers on the right than on the left, just because he took the Farseer over here. And the Rhino's trying to feast on the small units that have entered the board. Alright, so apart from the Vulcan, everything is pretty much dead. And let's see if the cost control Stormcallers can deal with the Vulcan, and they cannot. But the Farseer is on the job, and as we all know, this unit is the best unit on round 2. Only countered by a second Farseer. Instant Bomb and Underground. Oh my god, he does pick Supply Enhancement. Questionable, because he's already very nice ahead in tempo. Helps him to get more supply late. But if you win with cost control, you win probably by around 6 or 7. And Incendiary Bomb for him, because there is so much stuff you can bomb. There's no way he can shield all of it, and there's no way you can miss. Just put it on the other side, because the Vulcan is gonna grill everything in this area anyway. And he just relies on this fact. Alright, so nothing else from Mr. Black, just a spell. Vulcan with range is having a field day, is wrecking a bunch of units, will probably have 200 kills by round 4. The only thing that he can't kill in 2 seconds is the Arcanite and the Farseer. However, he does have Stormcallers now, so he has some needed DPS right here on the board. Second and third in damage, and then the Vulcan can carry the rest due to the spell. So buy spell, pick spell, whatever. Alright. So there's some worms coming now. Probably even armored worms, because that's gonna be very painful for the Vulcans to deal with. Defense enhancement and a distraction crawler to get rid of the Stormcaller damage early. Also get some distance between him and the Vulcan, so the chaff clear can happen and the worm doesn't surface too long. Alright, worm is coming in now. Will connect to the marksman, which is his preferred target. And then it's gonna start whacking at the Vulcan. And even though the Vulcan is level 2, it has very, very limited DPS against the Sandworm, even if it's a cost control Sandworm. And the Stormcallers will win this matchup. Same on the other side, Stormcallers damaging the Vulcan pretty badly, and then we will get the Worm over here and kill off the remaining HP of the Vulcan, I guess. If the Stormcallers don't kill him already. Nope, one of the Stormcallers tried to flee, but the Worm has some AoE damage, and that's round 4. There's Scorpions on both sides. The Worm did pick up a level, so it's a pretty big Worm. Then we have a melting point right side with range. Alright, so he does go for the ignite play. So the Vulcan can kill bigger targets like the Worm thanks to ignite. Unfortunately, that takes ages. So it only works if the Worm does not have any support or if the Vulcan can out-tank the Worm. This Worm has 14,000 damage, so there's 2 shots and then the Vulcan is most likely down because it's gonna take some damage. So we'll see how effective that is. Melta, obviously great unit into Vulcan, if they can connect. And the Chaff Clay here, Mustang and Arclights with the upgrades is not the greatest. Also the burn on the Worm, no pun intended, does work out here. Melta still has not found its target. And here you can see the DPS of the ignite. There is damage happening, but it's quite slow. And once the Melta locks onto you, you have about 5 seconds before you die. Another problem with Ignite is that the melting point does have a healing tech, but he does not run it, he does run crawler production instead. Right, so it's a round 5 win. Not the biggest one, but a pretty sizable one. So let's see what's he gonna put out. There's a nano repair kit. That is worst case scenario for black, because this Worm is gonna heal constantly. Not if it's underground, like the upgrade, but all the time. And that means the Worm is close to unkillable for this kind of board. And this is pretty troll. I mean, the siege mode on the Scorpion is good if you're in a mirror with long range marksman. However, there is no long range marksman here. The only thing that the Scorpions might be decent against is the Stormcaller. But as you can see, Scorpions love shooting at crawlers, and the attack interval is increased by 1.5 seconds. So they will keep shooting at something, but as you can see, the damage is quite sad. The only Scorpion that did manage to do damage is the one shooting the other Scorpion. And thanks to the debuff of 40% attack, it takes a long time to kill tankier units as well. It's a acid attack delivery system, or it is a nothing. Alright, so the Worm is performing as expected. So the entire game goes down the drain here because the Worm is unkillable and the Scorpions do not do anything in this turn. Also went for EMP barrage. Alright, so that's enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, yep. So a good cost control game because he did manage to get a lot of money. Supply enhancement, by the way, made negative money, so that's just a incorrect pick in my opinion. but he did use the cost control additional supplies to get some giants out and outplay the Vulcan overcommit that it was going on the other side. There's a lot of value in these things, but the majority of them gets countered by melting points still. As you can see, the melting points are the top three here. The worm is just a big distraction unit. It doesn't do any damage, but it doesn't have to. It's just the front line, so the melter can do its job, and the chaff can slowly trickle away and die out. And the marksmen are shooting at the worm. Pretty much very little else. Yeah. Siege, do not click that. Only click that if you know exactly what you're doing. That is a very, very hard upgrade. I think that's the hardest upgrade in the game to click because it's so situational and so terrible if it doesn't work out. Alright. So that's the European tournament summary pretty much. Asian region we did yesterday. It was Cyan dunking some people. But he had some very close games, interesting games against Icy, against Dillo. Was interesting. Alright, let's get to play. So I'm playing the second account today because I need a bunch of more XP. See here, level 6. We do not have very, very much cash on this account, but it's still pretty highly rated. It's 1700s. That's, I think, just fine. I think you can play on any MMR, but in the 1500s, the players are incredibly bad and incredibly cheesy at the same time. So it's oftentimes more annoying to play against that than anything else, because they make very unreasonable decisions. Alright, quick supply would be possible, although I think I would rather have the Farseer for sledges or the Rhino spec. I think all of these are playable. I think I'd rather have the Farseer for more HP. Oh. Immediately punished. Should have went for the crawlers. Alright. Fortified specialist, so he doesn't have any spec. My best guess is we are going to go for some arc lights. And then standard positioning. I don't like this kind of positioning. This looks scuffed. Maybe like so. The reason why I'm not a fan of vertical positioning against Stormcallers is that they take more damage from Stormcallers than they get in this formation, so not really a fan of that. Alright, I was thinking about going crawlers myself, but as you can see I need some arc lights to deal with the chaff a little bit faster so we can move forward. But we will lose to Stormcallers no matter what. It's just a matter of is RNGesus with us? Can the sledges survive? If they cannot, we will lose. We're doing okay, I would say. These fangs actually made it to the Stormcaller into the tower, my Gideons. Big place. Alright. Instantly unit drops. Now our opponent basically has nothing. We can go for a Fire Badger in his flank. We could go for a Phoenix because he might pick the Phoenixes to deal with our sledges. So we have some anti-air except the fangs. I think I actually like that. I will put the Phoenix a little bit closer to the flank just in case he goes for the fire badgers, and then we will do the same as he did. Grab some storms. He went for the badgers, but he put them in the front. Interesting. Good for me though, because the Phoenix can deal with those quite nicely. Unfortunately, our targeting is not that great because the Arclight got stuck on the badger, but it's going to be fine. I think the Stormcallers deal pretty nicely with this kind of board. My guess is he picked the badgers because he didn't see anything from me until that point. So he thought, why not just pick the chaff clearing unit if I don't have chaff clear. So we win this round thanks to the Phoenix. And nothing else survives because the Phoenix does not kill the fire badgers very fast, and if it's level 2 fire badger, not even close. Alright, nano repair kit could be pickable here. I think I will actually do that. It might be useful later, because this is devolving into a long range battle. So what he might do is he might go for some marksman. And what we will do is grab a crawler. And distract some Stormcallers. And then we will add I guess another crawler to this side. I think for the 100, I think not. More badgers, he's going full badger mode, interesting. I like seeing this, because I want to play this, but every time I played it, it was terrible. Like, absolutely terrible. This thing loses so badly to hackers, because if the fire badgers ever get exposed and hacked, you lose your own chaff, especially your late chaff, and then everything goes very poorly, very quickly. Also, badgers do not deal with air, obviously, so we need a bunch of support for fire badgers to work. And yeah, overall a bad day if you are a badger. So basically a repeat of the same thing from last round. Phoenixes go uncontested and fire badgers wreck my side. Alright, so now we have the difference. This is supply versus fortified, and we have the chance to pick efficient light manufacturing. Rhino can be good here, but it's gonna get killed by the Stormcallers most likely. Can also be good here to kill the badgers. But I think I will stick with efficient light manufacturing because it's too much value. We will use the Farseer to slow down this side a little bit. I think other than that I will go for the hacker play as I already said. I'll put them over here. Actually, let's put 2 on the other side because of the support from the Farseer, and there's Phoenix support on this side. Excuse me, some windows happening. And then these will escape the fire badgers, hopefully. Oh, he's missiling that. It doesn't work, by the way. It will still keep some crawlers intact. And there we go. Now the badger will turn. And this is where some problems will arise for him. This hacker did not get a lock onto the badgers though. That was pretty sad. Obviously he has way better chaff clear than us at the moment. And the hacker will actually die to the badger. Other side is doing better. Hacker's getting some good XP because it's level 2. And yeah, other than that, repeat, the Phoenix is still uncontested, still doing value. And we get a bunch of damage in because we also have the Farseer on the board. Alright, so there's Scorpions to deal with the Badger army. There's also Wraith, since he still does not have very good anti-air. Can pick that to also make sure that the crawlers get killed before our hackers can do something, or we sell this stuff for a Vulcan. Would also be possible. I think I like the sell. So we're going for Scorpion, sell into Vulcan, because we're quite rich. Then next turn we can sell the sledges too if we'd like. It's exactly Vulcan sized holes. Now usually I would like to get range and text on my hackers, but I'm afraid he's gonna counter that with more chaff. Now I do wonder if he's gonna take the Scorpion. He does not. He takes the Mustangs. Oh yeah. And a lot of Stormcallers too. Right, so we need some anti-Stormcaller tech then. But I feel like we are in a pretty good position now, because the Stormcallers will keep shooting at the hacked units and not at my main battle line. And then the Vulcans can deal with the mass amount of chaff that is coming in. Yeah, my poor hackers do not make it. And we get done in by the Stormcaller spam. Right, enhancement module. Haste module. And redeployment. I actually think I like the haste. And we sell the sledge, get the Vulcan another upgrade. Get one more Vulcan for the middle. And then we need some distraction. Alright, very quick buys here, but I think was a good play. The last thing we are missing is Scorch. I think I should have clicked Scorch before the Interceptor play. Because we getting stuck on the fire badgers still, because we are lacking a little bit of DPS. And Scorch is a great DPS buff. But this is already the case just because of the freaking Stormcallers. The Stormcallers plus shield combo is very, very strong. Oh no, we lose the Interceptor. Okay. I think we skip all of that. Upgrade the Vulcans, press the Scorch, and then we will go for Mustangs with Interceptor and sell out of the Phoenix to get range as well. Like so. Do we press range or do we not? I think I would rather go for a bubble interceptor combo, just in case the Mustangs do not cut it. I think they won't, but I hope the Scorch is gonna carry me enough. There's Raidens now on the board. Let's hope that the Scorch actually does its job this time. I think it's looking fine for now. We could really do with some hacker levels, that's for sure. Okay, I think we don't lose the round necessarily, but we cannot kill the Raidens, pretty much. So it's gonna be 700 damage on me. But we keep all the interceptors, which is really, really big. Alright. So we have Wasp. We have Melting Points, Fortress. I think Melting Points probably the correct answer. Some more DPS, some anti-Raiden tech. Sell out of this one. And then before we do anything, we deploy more Mustangs. We should get range on the melters most likely. We need a enhanced range. Alright. Might actually invest into a missile in the side. Not sure about this one. Yeah, why not? EMP on the Raidens. Okay, but no range. Okay, so one Vulcan got EMP'd. Ooh, there's also Wasp. Let's hope the Mustangs can deal with that, because we have 6 units of Mustangs. Fire Badger is still hurting our soul though. Alright, we did get it down. So far it's looking pretty nice. Because there's still enough Mustangs alive to keep my big guys alive, and the big guys deal the most damage. And that is some big damage on him, and it is enough. GG. Oh, I can't even write. Hello? Oh, my keyboard died again, sorry. It is very wobbly. Flamma Volpes. Makes sense that he would play Fire Badger. Yeah. By the way, supply enhancement did not do anything, as is tradition. It's made no difference. My efficient light manufacturing also wasn't that great, but we did buy a lot of Mustangs in the end, and we had to do that, and we were very, very tight on money. Barely had enough to go for the Meltas and take out the Mustangs so they don't drive into the fire badges straight ahead. Because without the extra range, they die rather quickly. And this kind of play did work in the past, but as soon as you have 4 Stormcallers and attack, and the other guy has Mustangs, you're losing so much tempo for free, and the Mustangs killed the Wasp, intercepted the Stormcallers until the end, and they tanked a bunch for the Raidens. The Raidens kills are mainly just Mustang units, so I think they dealt with them very well. Alright, it's a good game though. Unfortunately, I'm still not convinced that the Fire Badger play was the best, but it did buy him a lot of tempo. It is a strong, strong unit. I'm not sure if I like putting Fire Badgers in the middle in general. I think they are very valuable units, or the best unit for a flank. Because they trade crawlers for free, basically. Nothing much required if you get them in a drop anyway. Right, we got another Farseer. We got Elite Spec Sledgehound. It's a little bit weird one. Training spec with a bunch of HP, but a pretty bad pack. And Saber with standard play. I don't like all of these, but I think the Farseer one is the most interesting one. He goes Amplify Mustang. Interesting. So it's gonna be Arclight time. I don't like this split play against Mustang openers, I feel like. I think I would rather be on a side of some sort. Let's do it like this. So the Mustang has 411 HP, so it does actually tank a Arclight Shocked. But other than that, its item slots on Mustangs are worth a lot. So if there's a good item in the drop, he will actually suffer the consequences on his Mustangs. But for now it's a very good thing, because they will just melt the steel balls even though they don't have that high of a DPS usually in turn 1. So these are very strong turn 1 Mustangs, and they still lose everything because they are Mustangs turn 1, and you don't get any tower pressure by deploying standard. But they're doing quite well, I think. Thing is, this is the only thing you get as an amplifying spec, so I'm not sure if that's worth an entire spec. Alright, so we have a Badger, a flanker Badger if we want to. There is a Wasp, not that good for me. It's pretty good for him to flank me. We have 2 marksmen, which is not very desirable, and some hounds. Not sure how good hounds are into mustangs. I think I would take the badger. Badger in the flank is rarely a bad play. I will deploy another badger. Another arc light straight for the tower, I think. Yeah. We do not play around the wasp, because basically it's not worth doing so, because it has jump drive. So if he overcommits into wasp like this, we will obviously buy mustangs and defend this, but not this turn. I think this is a play for the next turn if we want to do it. But these are very good wasp to defend the flanks. So we have to make sure that we fortify our towers and are prepared for the incoming wasp cheese that will happen no matter what. The good thing is, what he did not realize is he does not have areas back. So we can, if we want to, fight the wasp with wasp, which is entirely doable. But for now he's gonna get some tempo on me by having these wasp around. There's another wasp swarm, okay. Shield airdrop. I think I will take the shield airdrop and drop that in the flank, which is really annoying. And then we will deploy a fang there. In case he does deploy a wasp there, they can be annoying. Fortify the tower. And then we add 2 more fangs here to the side. And I think I will keep the 100. I might actually sell the badger because of the wasp right there. Yeah. I don't think that's worth feeding XP to the wasp in that case. And then we will hit the attack. It's not gonna do any breakpoints, but I will need this for the incoming next turn, which is more wasp and maybe teched wasps. Yeah, he's selling out of the mustangs, so now we can buy the mustangs ourselves, and then we have Steelborn Mustang versus Rhino, which is really nice. As you can see, the badgers are pretty badass. They win this and the Rhino on their own. And then we see if the fangs can do anything about this. I don't think they can, but you know. They're trying their best. He still hasn't committed a tech to the wasp, but he got 3 deploys out and he starts selling the mustangs, so that's really nice for us. So we know we can safely go for our own wasp play if we want to. But until now I didn't have to. There we go. Improved firepower, control system, or even laser sight or efficient light manufacturing. All really good upgrades for our turn. I think I'm gonna greed for efficient light because I want all the mustangs. And I will even sell out of my flank to get the range going. I think he's gonna answer that flank pretty soon. Or he should. At least. And then we're deploying these pretty far down. So they can answer something that comes in here and tries to attack our tower later. And then the Farseer goes into the back corner. And we will try to hit the mass recruitment button every turn, because if we get a good Mustang board, we will absolutely wreck a Wasp-based board. And if he does decide that Rhino is the play, we can always switch to forts. And his Rhino techs are absolutely trolling, so that's no issue for us. And this is also very good for forts. So we can just drop these, or we can go for hackers, because hackers deal very well with sledgies and with the rhinos, no matter the situation. We will keep the steerbolts around for now because they can tank and they can also deal with rhinos if they actually connect. Right, so the Wasp got absolutely owned back there. Then this Rhino has to make his way all across here because he has to kill some freaking fangs. That's a high value. And he will basically never be able to kill the shield, so if I want to make a big play later, I will have this shield open for business, basically. Alright, Wasp Swarm is playable over here. Wasp Swarm for him can be playable here, but not that great, to be honest. Improved Tarantula is pretty good against my board. So I will pick the Swarm. Then we upgrade the Mustangs. Get the hackers out that I was talking about. Range them. And then we get an additional unit of crawlers, since he still doesn't have proper wave clear. We could sell a steel ball, but we already used all of our deployments, so I don't think we will. Alright, there's the jump drive cheese that I was talking about. So now he has that unit with the upgrades, just to recuperate some supplies here. And now he's going for full sledgehammer gaming. Alright. Bring it on then. Because I'm gonna hack all of the sledges. And I will also hack your Rhino. Thank you very much. Our Wasp Bomb wins here, by the way, because we have the shield, which is why I deployed them in the back. And he also loses this tower because there was still some fangs below that. And fangs below shield beat his Wasp anyway. So that's huge tempo losses for him. Raiden, also very good unit into Sledgehammer. Phoenix is also playable, but there's Marksman and there's Wasp on the field, so I think I'd rather go for the Raiden. There's a nice Raiden-shaped hole here. Then we're gonna drop another airdrop right here. So we get another crawler unit right in his grill. Then get some more hackers. will oil this part of the board. Actually upgrade the Fang just so they kill the Wasp, maybe. And then we hit the additional one. Speed, range. Another hacker. And then I will also hit the attack enhancement, I think, to get even more Mustang power. So he goes Mass Phantom Ray. Interesting. The issue is the Phantom Ray gets countered by Raiden, so we can get Raiden online because he's not even running armor. Okay, he's absolutely screwed because the Mustangs can not kill the Rays unless they click armor. If they click armor and shield, they are very tanky, but the Raiden is just... that is not happening anytime soon. GG. Yeah, not a particularly close one, because there was some weird decision making going on here. And that's with alone too. 2 wasp for 1 Fang, by the way. Yeah. Rhino play was also not doable. Alrighty. Oh no, it's him again. Alright, but if we have a rematch, I think that is quite interesting because we will have a good idea how he likes to play. We know he has jump drive wasp, he doesn't have any carry text on them, so unless he quickly recuperated some of his losses, he doesn't know anything about it. Right, we can go for elite, or we can go for quick supply, or even supply spec on balls. I think I want to go on with the trend of always quick supplying if I can. I'm not sure about the spec though. The quick supply hound sledge is not really what I want to see. And especially not if he goes with marksman first. Alright. So what we are gonna do about it? I think we still have to... oops. Crawler, I was gonna say. No crawlers for me then. That was a fat misclick. Do we sledgehammer? I don't think so. I think we go for a hound battle line. And then we're gonna hit the attack so we can clear crawlers in case he has some. If he doesn't have some, the hounds will have some better DPS against the sledgies. I think that's fair game. He could also hit a tower fortification on this side. And I think I would rather do that next turn if I need the money. Okay, he's going the no chuff round. If I had crawlers here, that would be awesome, but you know. We don't, and we need Fangs next turn, and then we should deal with this. So for now we have a big hound army that is moving in very, very slowly because the hounds are not that fast. But they do reach the tower, and maybe the attack buff will finally come into play and carry this entire round on its back. But I think this pack is pretty troll, to be honest. We almost did it. Somehow. Alright, Scorpion, really good into all of this. Also good into my board. Crawler, also good. Is he gonna take the Wasp again? I'm not sure. I think I will just take the crawlers, to be honest. So we want some crawlers in the back and we want some crawlers in the middle. So the marksman stops shooting our sledgehammer first. Then we're gonna go for one Mustang in the back. Tower upgrade. Get another dog. Then get another round of crawlers. This corner. So he's gonna go for the Wasp again, as we predicted. That's why I picked the Mustangs, to be honest. But he also goes for his entire sledge line. So I think the Scorpion was the correct play if we assume he's gonna play the exact same thing as last game. Because the Scorpion deals very well early game with the sledgehammers, but it doesn't really do that well if he gets all his techs online. So I'm not quite sure about those. Wasp get delayed until we get the tower. Perfect. I guess our Mustangs are dying. Ooh. Damn it. Mustangs actually died due to the marksman. Alright, but that's fine. I mean, it is how it is. Incendiary bomb is pretty good against me right here. Amplifying core. And efficient giant manufacturing. I think I will go for the incendiary bomb myself. One very back Mustang again. Then I will get some frontline fangs, because we will need some later chuff. And I will keep 100 to... Or actually, I would like a upgrade on the front sledge. I was gonna say, I need to make a transitioning here, because he has a bunch of tempo with the sledgehammer spam. But I hope that the incendiary bomb will carry my ass this round, because the sledges also take a lot of damage from incendiary. Sledges are not medium chuff per se, they just evaporate if you put the fire on them, as did my sledges, by the way. So I think, considering that the spell favored him, I think we did fine. The only unfortunate thing is that he did get a level on his sledgehammer. That's not very nice. Right, absorption module. I think it is finally time to bring out the big guns. Now, I'm not sure if this is good, but I like scorpions, so I don't honestly mind. We are lacking a little bit of money here. because we can't hit the range button. Then again I hit another Mustang squad in the middle. Alright, so he's also setting out and he's putting Arclight range on. Interesting. I will keep the Mustangs around as chaff, basically in addition to the Hound. And then we will see how he answers the Scorpions. Usually he should run boats or some sort of play. And for now I think the absorption module will hopefully help the Scorpion survive majority of damage. Maybe I should have put him on this one because this is the central Scorpion. Yeah, this Scorpion instantly leveled this turn, which is really nice. Now its arch nemesis, the infamous Farseer, has shown up. Let's see if we can deal with that. It can. And that's why absorption module, by the way, is one of the strongest items in the game if you have a high damage unit like the Scorpion. It did 150,000 damage just in one round. Alright, Saber, Phoenix. I guess Phoenix is a good answer to my kind of board state. For me, all these picks are not that interesting, I feel like. So I will pick the Phoenix and just try to sneak a tower over here. I think that's the best I can do. And then we get more Scorpions on the board. And then we grab another Mustang, just in case. There's gonna be another Phoenix. I assume there's gonna be oil in our future. Alright, this is really nice. Loose formation is very good against Scorpions, but it's not very good against Mustangs because it decreases the HP of the Crawler, and the Crawler does have some issues with chaff clay anyway. And there we go. The Phoenix play did work out perfectly. We got the tower instantaneously, and now the Scorpion snowball can begin. Because we don't need much, but if we get going, Scorpion Mustang is a very, very powerful comp. And we have Mustangs for days to kill the Phoenixes, and these Mustangs will get good amount of HP for killing very high level Phoenixes anyway. I think that's the best we could make from that kind of unit drop that we got here. Haste module. Gonna put that on the Mustang. Sell out of the Phoenix. Get Mustang range. More Scorpions. And I think we're gonna hit the elite recruitment button to get another 2 big Mustang groups, and we will get them in early so they get rid of the loose crawlers immediately. And then I guess we will go for attack enhancement sometime in the future. And just to make this a little bit more spicy, I will try to hit a loose crawler missile. Oh, he's putting the Farseer here, okay. I guess we have to enhance this tower one more time, because the Mustangs will probably not beat the Farseer. Oh, he did shield, alright. Shield's a little bit weird, because the Scorpions break that shield super quickly, if he's unlucky. In 2 volleys, to be fair. Ooh, the Mustangs almost win against the Farseer. Interesting. So there's some cheese potential here that we can do. Alright, tower is down. Yeah, the Scorpion party will keep scaling on and on. Oh, the Farseer is a real assassin. But don't worry, we have absorption module Scorpion still alive, and he will not die this game unless he brings out the big guns. This is probably the best one. Efficient tech research is a little bit late. Not that many techs that I would pick. So it's advanced power system. And then we will do the following. I think we will drop oil this turn. And try to connect the dots, so to speak. Like so. Upgrade the Scorpions, speed, range. Upgrade tower. And then we will add one more Mustang in the back so we can fight the Farseer and defend the tower, I think. And one more in the middle just as chaff. Ooh, I should have shielded that. I was never thinking that he would be so greedy to put it right there. We almost popped the bubble too, my goodness. It was a very close one. I honestly didn't ever think that he was going to put this his spell as badly, so I wouldn't play around that even if I had the decision to make again. I think that was an incorrect play by him. Yeah, I think it worked out quite nicely for us, because that was his big turn to get the spell damage done, and he dealt pretty much nothing. And he did shield that as well, so I didn't lose anything. I think I will go for the nuke here. EMP is also pretty nice. I think nuke is in order. So we will hit the big buttons. In this case we will shield a little bit. But to be honest, you can't really shield that the nuke. That is not possible. But at least we will pretend to do so. We are still not loaning, I feel like, because we are doing fine on the board. Alright, he's nuking as well. Nothing I can do about that, I think. I could try to mobile beacon the Scorpions around, maybe? He's going mass Farseer, okay. The reason why you don't do this, by the way, is the Farseer has a interceptor problem, and that is Mustangs. The interceptor denies your entire attack, your range, and your electromagnetic. The range actually makes you shoot less, not faster. Okay, so both nukes will deal a lot of damage, but I think my scorpions are absolutely fine. Alright. And then the rest of the board is cleaned up by Mustangs and the super-powered Scorpion of the game. I love it. I love playing Scorpions. They are really not that good of a unit, but if you do this, I will destroy you with the Scorpions. Alright. 6 upgrades for the Mustangs. That is quite a statement. We will shield yet again. The Scorpion will get his level up so he can demolish these. This time we will hit the loan button. And I think we could just go straight missile interceptor. I think there is no way we will let this slide. Over investments of every kind always must be punished. I can't missile that. The sledges are too far back. I will actually try to missile this crawler again. He's boating. Boats also get countered by missile interceptor. Oh, and he's not shielding against the orbiter. I think this is completely out of control. As you can see, very little landing missiles, and my Scorpions are absolutely obliterating the entire board. And that's GG. There is no coming back from this kind of board state. GG. Yeah, boats cannot deal with Mustang boards because of the interceptor, because of aerial. Every single upgrade on this unit does do well against the boats, and the boats have only one single upgrade they can press, that is armor, and the armor gets countered by EMP in one fell swoop, so not that reliable. Yeah, his spells didn't do enough. Every time I lost HP is basically because of a spell. I will say so. The hounds did not do very well, I think. Yes, and technically I could press fire extinguisher, but to be honest, I didn't lose that much. I could have just went without that. And the hound does not make it to the front line until everything is dead to use its fire extinguisher. So you have to have the hounds at the freaking line a long way before the Mustangs so they can actually clear the fire. And then they just do that for one round, and then the spell is on cooldown for 3, so not sure. This guy is a fan of sledgehammer deployments, but he never clicks the actual scary text, to be honest. And I was I was a little bit afraid here because I'm leaving him so much time to set up that he maybe could have done a true sledge carry mode. But then the Scorpion army dropped and it was absolutely over. The Mustangs were very weak for me early, as they usually are, but I think these two Mustangs here were the correct play. They were dealing with the crawlers quite easily. They have only 191 hit points, and this one deals 124. So we almost two-shot them in any case, even if they are level 2. And yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles. He was loaning all the time. Still didn't press enhanced range. Alrighty. Another win, another match. So far we're doing pretty well. Lost a few in the past, but not that much. Diana! If you guys don't know, 101 Diana is a free-for-all player that likes wasps very much. At least I assume that is the same Diana, but I assume she is. Or he is, I don't know what kind of gender that is. Alright. Not this one again. I don't want to play the hounds in the opener. Fire Badger, I guess, is playable. This is a Sarah pack. Cost control, although on spiders. I guess I will go for the Fire Badger. Alright, what do we have? We have Steel Ball Arclight on Rhino spec. A little bit better than mine, but I think my pack compares favorable. And I guess we will go for some sort of defensive setup. This is interesting. I've never seen that kind of setup. I will try this one. I like this. It's a middle deployment. Yep, it's the true Rihanna. Alrighty. There's the OP unit. He might even go for the Phoenix, to be honest. Or does he go Typhoon Ball? I think they're all pretty decent, but I will have to. Do we put the Badger in front as well? Alright. So he's gonna channel them straight in here. I think the Fire Badger is fine here. Then we put the Farsi a little bit back on flank protection. Alright, I will defend both sides, even though I'm not quite sure if that's correct. Alright, attack enhancement to get rid of the steel balls. Yeah, there's the Phoenix. Alright, so half of my units is wandering off. That's the big downside of deploying them behind the tower, by the way. However, until now my tower has not fallen. But yeah, the Phoenix play is the correct one. Oh no, the tower. Damn it. Yeah, that's why you usually don't see this kind of play. I like the sledges more in front, because if you put them on the side like here, they can get dragged to the flank, so it's a pretty big downside to have. However, we still did it. It was a decent position, I would say. Nano repair, subsidize arc. Alright. Photon coating too. I think I will take the submarks. And I will try to play the Badgers. I love them so much, and I think this is a decent match for them. Alright, so we go on double Badger inner defense. It's a lot of freaking crawlers too. This looks like a speed spec, although it is not, but looks very much like a speed spec because of the mechanical rate crawlers. But you know what? The fire badgers count very much as sledgies, so they deal quite well with aggression. Oh, the Phoenix actually got through the tower. That's sad. Yeah, that will cost us a lot of monies. Or damages. Yeah. Faster OP. As always. Smoke bomb and another coating. My goodness, these balls are gonna... the balls and the rhino, by the way, both really big threats here. EMP. I could EMP this. Smoke bomb, I think, truly not the play, because it's split sides everywhere. The question is, where does the rhino come from? Does it come with the main push, or does it stay more in the back? So we're arranging the badgers. Get some Marky Men. To the middle. Might actually upgrade that fast here. And I will missile this corner in case the rhino comes. I think I should have done that on this turn though. There's nothing coming. So rhino's coming from the main side. Oh, it actually did put the photon onto the balls. I thought the rhino was gonna get the item for sure. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so the right side was pretty easy to defend. We don't have a true answer to the rhino, unfortunately, but I'm thinking hackers or something similar. Might even go hacker EMP. But right now we have a bunch of firepower because we have marksman, Farseer, and we have a huge sledgehammer and fire badger medium chuff defense. Mustangs. Think Mustangs not necessarily the unit we want here. Wraith, I think, is good for the flanks, for flank defense. Mustangs are good for chaff, but don't prefer going into crawlers. If he, she, it something hits the subterranean, we have a huge problem. I think we can deal with the Phantom Race just fine because of the marksman, so I think Wraith is the play, or Tarantula. And I will try the Wraith for now. Like so. Upgrade those. And then we're going for the Hexor play. This is some real messy deployment here. Not sure if we can missile the Rhino. I'm not sure if that hits. It does. Right, so there's a Wraith coming in next. We're hacking a bunch of balls. Yeah, the hacker is having good value here because of our fire badger. Ooh, we're losing tower though. Not sure what happened. More balls, I guess, or the balls tanking more with the armor, I assume. That's gonna be a big one. So we gotta take a good look at the flanks. Oh, almost got the wraith. Got to take a look at the flanks and see if we can pull some stuff. Did actually upgrade both of these towers. Interesting. I think I will still go for a Rhino. Then next up we will get some distraction crawlers. To pull some to the side, then we'll upgrade these. Unfortunately that Wraith leveled, that's really ugly. What can we tech here? Raiden would be good, I think. It's just very, very expensive. That's the main issue that I have with Raidens. Deny that steel ball. Yeah, like so. Degen. Okay. I hope we can hack that Rhino in time. Hello? No? No. But we did drag a lot of crawlers. Oh no. Ah, the replicate play. Yeah, that was really unfortunate timing for me because the replicate came in the same turn that I decided to deal with the flankage. Yeah, I think the correct play here was to give up the one tower entirely and just completely ignore that because we have no play against steel balls everywhere on the map at once. That doesn't work out. Alright, enhancement module. Probably a little bit greedy, I would say. We can go for elite crawler. This is such a trolly game. And then hit the replicate and try to win that way. Sell the Wraith. Next up we need some oilage. Stop that crawler. Alright, let's see. This is some pretty troll play, but I I'm not sure if there is a better play to do. This Rhino is super goddamn fast, disregardless of what him apparently getting slowed down means. Yeah, that's game over. I think just one defense was good enough. Don't know what happened. Ah, yeah, okay. He had the double missile intercept. All right. I think even if I committed to the Raidens, I don't think I could have hold. I was holding the right side. I should have kept holding the right side and just leveled the other side to level 4. That's always what you should do. I don't think you should ever try to fight multiple angles like that. I don't think you will survive this. Oh yeah, there's Kiwi. I played against Kiwi on my other account. Of course, he doesn't know that, but I remember his melter icon there. But yeah, if you're playing defense, choose a side that you want to defend, ignore the rest. If somebody wants to sneer himself all over the map, you need to make sure that he gets punished. And that only happens if you go far, far, far away. Okay, this is not the best packs. I think I will go for the Rhino. Even though it has Mustangs. Ew. Into Stormcaller, but I can actually try to make an missile interceptor play in that case. But it's really, really terrible into Arclights too. Yeah. I think I will start Marksman too. Something like this. I think without our own Stormcaller we cannot make any play here. So we will be behind 2 turns. 1 turn because of the Arclight deploy he got early, and 1 because of the Stormcallers. So if we are lucky, we are getting a unit drop that will fill one of these gaps that we have currently. It's not very likely, but we might. And now we pray that the marksman kills 2. Nope, he just kills 1. Alright. I think that's pretty much all you can ask for on a unit pack like this. Underground threat has to be picked. I will use that on the corner over here so the Arclight moves forward. Then we will grab 2 Arclights. And we will grab another crawler, since I don't see any crawlers from him yet. Is there any specific side where he would drop the drop? I think he would drop it here or here. We'll see, we'll see. Wrong side. Unfortunate. He did not do anything about it either. But I highly doubt that Crawler and Mustang can keep up with that. Maybe they can? They can. Alright, so I'm holding. I didn't know that. He's also holding, so the Crawlers just delayed some chuff, which means we lose this side and he loses that side. Alright, so Mustang's not doing too shabby right there. And we get rid of some Stormcallers before we die. Their Arclight is very low, so Crawlers for the win? No. Crawlers do not scratch the Arclight. Alright, so there is some options. We can go for efficient giant manufacturing. I think it's a little bit early, and I think the mobile beacon is the correct play because we will get a discount of 50 for doing a play that I would like to do, and then we get another Stormcaller out of this. To get some counterplay going, and then we will deploy the crawler right there. Get a little bit of distraction going. Do we want to upgrade the crawler? Sure. Alright, he's going straight for efficient and for Vulcans because he is in giant spec. So what we could do is try to go straight into a Melta play. Melta Arclight and some Mustangs. Or we could try to match his Vulcan. Yeah, this crawler upgrade was pretty terrible, I would say. It's safe to say there. But we will kill the Vulcan off, I think. Yeah, thanks to the one Stormcaller pack. And again, he's not dealing basically any damage to us, which is good. Because we are the Rhino spec. And he's running on Giant spec, so he already had his turn. None of these are too interesting. I think Fire Badgers can be decent because we can put them in the flanks and they will pull a bunch of stuff. So I'm thinking that is the correct play. So put them over here, over there. Then the Rhino is gonna walk in from that side. Do we want to go into Vulcan as well? That's the question. It's pretty much a mirror for the most part. I think I will do exactly what I said and get some Arclights on the board. And then next turn we will go for the Melta play. Let them overcommit a little bit. Alright, he's going for fast CS. Fair enough. Yeah, so now our Arclights start chaff clearing way earlier. Could use a little bit of marksman support in the middle, but other than that I think we are pretty golden. All the units are on target. Rhino is gonna hit the Vulcan in the face. Need some more Arclight support maybe over there. Because there's some late crawlers that will come in. Nice. Still dealing very little damage to us. Efficient light manufacturing doesn't really fit my plan. But on the other hand, if we deploy melters, we have very little money for chaff, and we need a bunch of chaff. We need a lot of late fangs later, so I'm not sure if I if I still wouldn't do that. Because we're making 150 per round if it goes late. I think I will take it. That hurts me a little bit, but so we sell out of the Rhino. Like so. Drop the melter. Now let's keep it in the middle. I actually think that's fine because we're dragging away the crawler here. So he's deploying rhinos in the flank, which means we can just sell the badgers and be done with that. Oh, the oil is a little bit too far back. Okay, Melta still doesn't have range, so it's very squishy in the front. Yeah, that wasn't the best play. I think I could have played that a little bit better. Including the oil, by the way. That's game-losing damage, unfortunately. Alright, absorption module is really good for the Vulcan. Iron Blast. Absorption module is really strong though. But I have suck on the melters, so I'm not sure if that's the play. Dropping these in the front. Like so. Sell that badger. Get the melters moving. From some thanks for later. Just in time, but I missed with the shield. God damn. I missed the shield. Right, so I'm burning his entire front line though, and I have a good beam that hits a bunch of units as well. Melters are melting the rhinos. And last but not least, the Vulcans are also falling. And then in the end we just need some more chaff to deal with the marksman in the back. Sledgehammer could be that kind of chaff. We do run armor on the sledges as well, so we can try to deny the Vulcans. We could also go for Scorpion with Siege to make sure that the marksman problem is dealt with, because he doesn't run EMP. And we can go for Hounds to get some medium chaff going, but I think the Vulcans will just deny that. So I'm thinking it's a mix of both. We will deploy the Scorpions, and if he ever produces a problem for me in terms of marksman, then we will hit the magic button. So 4 melters, and then we will grab more late chaff. Alright, he goes more Vulcans and more marksmen. And he goes for Subterranean Blitz. Right, Subterranean Blitz with loose formation could be scary, so might actually want to invest into some more Mustangs with Missile Interceptor. We're getting a little bit overrun on chaff. The Hounds were a really good thing for him. Artillery Scorpions doing some work though. I am pretty certain that they did pull their weight this round. That can be said. Right, additional deployment slot it is for sure. What's the play here? For us, loose crawlers is useless, can't use that. I'm thinking levels, and we could hit range decrease, to be honest. I'm not sure if this is a troll play. I think we take the upgrades for sure. So we need 700 to hit that. Can we get this somehow? Don't think so. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Oh, did not beacon properly. There is some EMP going on the Stormcallers. Ah, okay. Yeah, I would have loved to get electromagnetic barrage. If we make another turn, I will get a bunch of interceptors and we get EMP barrage. I think that was the correct play. Or multi-melter. I think both were good plays, to be honest. Now the other side is not holding up. Yeah, that's a loss. At least I think. Yeah. That's the issue. He was not really ahead, but Subterranean is super strong, and if he ever clicks loose formation, we instantly lose the game because we have Arclights and he has Vulcans. I think I could have played the Vulcan game against him. The melters were fine, but I still needed 1 or 2 Vulcans to deal with this goddamn badger stuff. I did not remember these badgers. I should have sold them so they don't come in late and screw me up. So this is for sure a replay game, as always. I think the Scorpion was fine for a turn, but didn't get me ahead. And I assume that there will be better plays that we could have done if we tried. So skippity skip. Round 7 and round 8 are both questionable in my opinion. Let's see, how would we solve this problem? We could redeploy the badgers, that would be a thing. I think EMAC is the best upgrade to have. So EMAC. This entire side. Sell the badgers so they don't delay the chaff. Okay. Next up I wanted interceptors. I think that's always correct, since those are high value devices. And then we're gonna hit the EMP barrage, because I didn't do that last time. We will level the melter that is on the side of the Vulcan. We get some delayed chaff. So the marksman got something to eat later. We need temp range, otherwise we don't survive. And other than that, I think it's just missiles to get rid of as much chaff as we can. Okay. So EMP barrage goes out. Mr. Interceptors are preventing us from getting EMP'd. By the way, I would have dropped the interceptors even without the EMP spread. I think it was the correct turn to do so anyway. Now the melters are tanking for our rest of the team, but it looks like the right side is losing still, disregardless. Yeah, we were dead on that turn, so it doesn't matter what kind of play I do. I think we are cornered by the fact that he has the OP combo that I also play, and we weren't really in our last comp. I wanted Mustangs and whatnot, but Mustangs just suck into Subterranean. They need a bunch of levels to get there, and I was not getting any kinds of level in that kind of game. My starting pack was really horrible into a standard game. I think I should have tried to play on a flank, but into a giant spec I'm not sure if that even works, because the Vulcan obviously defends pretty well if you can get it for free. So we don't know about the outcome of the last 3 things. I think the last 3 rounds were winnable. You could play this differently, but the strategic part just in the beginning was already the nail in the proverbial coffin. Sale. What the heck? Alright, here comes the 1500 cheese play. We'll see. Okay, okay. Another Firebedger spec. Elite spec. Fortified. All of this looks pretty weird. So I'm gonna go with Firebedger. It's hounds and sledges. Okay, he has the odd pack that I had earlier. Alright. What the hell is this? This is asking for some missile strikes. Oh no. I like this one. Let's go with this one. Alright, so we got doggies on action. His entire board is pretty slow. This is some full sledgehammer carry mode stuff. Guess he's gonna sell that for giants later. Well, we'll see. For now, this looks pretty similar to last game, and in case he just goes the Vulcan thingy again, I will actually try to keep up. Even though I prefer not to. And there's the crawler packs that we all expected. Alright, so next turn we can also go for some crawlers since his chaff clear is not that great. I like this. This is a big blob for the Stormcaller. So this flank is really good just on default. This is also really nice because the Fangs get to do something and they don't lose any models. And Fangs don't perform too well into Hounds. I think the Hounds can kill two things well, and that's Fangs and Mustang, and that's it. Alright, can we actually hit one Hound? We can. But it was hard. And dubious. Can hit one single sledgehammer as well. Goddamn Stormcallers. Can we hit one? Yes, we can, but we cannot hit the front one. Aye. Alright, he has a bunch of HP, because he has a odd spec, let's say. Is this actually the turn to hit the Farseer button? The thing is, I would love to get the Orange Man on board, but the Farseer will deal with Sledge and Hound. I think the Farseer has to be picked. Also deals decently well with the frickin' Raiden. Let's put it on this side, because this side is already screwed with the deployment. Do we want the Firebedger flank? I think so. Why not? And then, as I was saying, we will drop some crawlers. I'm thinking about hitting a attack upgrade, because the attack upgrade will get the Stormcallers into kill range, I think. So they deal 796 and that's 846. I can't do math, so let's just cricket. So 846 to 891, so they get one shot. And in case he hits the attack upgrade and our crawlers get killed by them, we press the defense upgrade as well. Okay, he's going for the steel balls on the non-Farseer side. Interesting. Maybe to distract my Stormcallers. It's fine though, because the steel balls will get parked right instead of the Stormcaller, and our Firebedger flank is doing God's work and just pulling away the chaff. And Farseer can win the left alone. So the steel bolts will obviously tank a lot, but in the end, I think this is still favorable for us because we have the storm crawlers and we have the double tower pressure. So if he gets hit during debuff, we delete half of his team. Poor fire badgers. But they did their job. They did what every fire badger strives to do, which is killing doggies and fangs. Fat birds, photon coating, obviously, because there's a ball unit, there's always a ball item. Assault fortress. I like photon coating, but I'm not sure how I like this into this board. I think I will skip. Alright, what do we do about the balls? Do we just drop the birds? This is a pretty decent bird board. This is also a decent hacker board. And if you know me, this account is made exclusively from hacking, so I guess we're going on a hacking spree. And then we will add another chaff unit. Let's add them over here. And then another hacker. Let's hope he doesn't go air and cheats. I don't like cheaters. He does cheat. Okay. So we have to get some actual anti-air going, which is probably gonna be Mustangs of some sort, since he's a maniac and doesn't run armor. So we can attack him on that side. There is 4 packs of crawlers, so we gotta add some more additional ones. And we can also add another crawler here to prevent the phoenixes from killing my poor fire badgers. He does not have any redeployment effects on the phoenixes, which is good for me. And then the steel bolts will feed me some XP on both of the hackers and will tank for me. But I'm very afraid for our Fang gaming, because we need all the Fangs to actually kill some phoenixes. I guess the Farseer can do it, but it's gonna be a long time before the Farseer arrives, and until then our poor hacker has to do all the hacking by himself. Come on. Nice, he survives. Can we hack a hound? We cannot. We can hack another sledge though. Uh-oh, uh-oh. That's a bad tower debuff. And our Farseer sadly does not in fact make it. So this guy is a giant spec, but he does have phoenixes on the board, so he might actually bait us into going forts, because everything he has is killed by forts basically. And then there's this item. And yeah. I don't want to play forts, to be honest, because he's giant spec and he can just switch into Melta really quickly. I guess we could take the super supply enhancement. Drop a crawler here. He doesn't have any Mustangs yet, so I'm not even Fangs yet, so I'm not even sure if Mustangs are the play. We could go into Wasp, but that will be countered by Fortress. I think for now we just grab some marksmen and call it a day. I think that's fair. Also like to upgrade the Arclight, and I think even the Farseer, which will deal a lot of damage this game, deserves a upgrade. Let's actually put him like this. Alright, so he's going full committal into Phoenix, so we can actually hit something that fights Phoenix. Good hit with the Stormcrawlers. And very good hit on the Hacker as well. We need some more delayed chaff here, so the Phoenixes do not target our good units. Oh, Hacker, come on. Nice. Hackers also pretty decent against Phoenixes because they hack new chaff. And that new chaff then is gonna distract the Phoenixes even more, and then the cycle continues until he's dead. Alrighty. Another super supply. Did he also take super? Oh no, he did not. Holy moly. That is dangerous. So efficient light manufacturing, I guess, because we are super greedy anyway. Okay. I'm gonna hit the marksman button a little bit more, I think. I need another arc light here though. Also a hacker on the other side. Did he use his enhancement? He did not. Okay. Should we hit the defense enhancement? Preemptively, kind of. Yeah, I think so. Alright, so there's war crimes happening. He did not really deal with the flank. Let's hack some stages real quick before we die. To be honest, this is a play I'm fine with, because it's very limited in its effectiveness. He does not have quantum on his phoenixes, so this is some greed phoenix play. And then the Farseer comes in and shows why I chose to upgrade that unit. It's super duper strong in this kind of situation. There's the melting point. Do I just take that? Or do I take the Raiden and try to melt this kind of gun line? I think the Raiden is even better. Raiden, Hacker, not that synergistic, I would say, but I would say it is playable, to say the least. And sometimes you have to get the cards you are dealt or something. I don't know. Okay, so we will go for a little distraction. So the flames don't hit anything we care about, but just his own chaff. And yeah, I guess we will go into the Raidens. We will be very rich soon because of our supply enhancement thingy. And this is a perfect crawler to do. And yeah, next turn we will hit all the Raiden buttons. Okay, so he is also Raiden player. He has a little bit different text than I do, but it's essentially the same thing, because the last tech is always irrelevant. Alright, so even more war crimes, so we need another crawler on this side here. The more fire on the board, the better for the Raiden and the better for the hacker. Yeah, that's what I was saying when I was saying hackers and Raidens not necessarily a synergistic kind of combo. But Phoenixes do not like get hit by Raidens because the chain oftentimes will just outright kill them. And so now we have a ginormous amount of damage on him. Another super. I could have gone triple super enhancement this game. My goodness. Do we want to nuke? Not sure if we actually want to nuke. He might nuke me. I'm actually taking the haste module. Then we're going for the chain. For the oil play. This guy is still doing work, so we're not gonna sell him. Then we need a second crawler here, so everything gets burned. Except me, of course. Another unit over here, and can never go wrong with more hackers. Actually, you can. You need more hackers on the same side. Doesn't work, by the way. You have the incendiary missile will go here disregardless if you missile or not. Doesn't matter. There we go. The Raiden just killed a Phoenix because it was standing behind the Vulcan, and that's all the Phoenixes dead on that side. And then next up we can hit the EMP button, and then this game is beyond over. It's already over, but just in case you want to know how to play the Raiden. I remember the time when the people used to say you need to hit the fork upgrade. The fork upgrade is essentially a win more in a situation where you don't need more button. So it's a waste, absolute waste. You can play it, but it will decrease your range. You will fly into something that can actually kill you, which is very easy for a Raiden. Your range isn't that high, and that's it. Alright. Call GG. Pro Crusade. A little bit unfair matching here, but you know, he's not gonna lose that much MMR, to be honest. And I was also playing against a bunch of players that were nowhere near my rank range last time I played. Alright, look at this. These two are playing like every single round. Really interesting. Oh cool, it's an actual survival mode player. Let me ask you, would you be interested to play some survival mode? I would be down for that, because there's very little people playing it. Goes out to Tenko if you are in chat, which I assume you are. Actually. Let me check real quick. I'm gonna do it, whatever. just doing this really quick to check if he's actually here. Because if I hit ready... Alright, there we go. If I just hit ready, he might be AFK and then we instantly lose, which is a little bit sad. Alrighty, let's see if we can carry him. We are on Insane 3, which is a little bit easier to play. So I have high hopes. And he has a good start. He has the Phoenix start, which is one of the better ones. I have an actually garbage start, but that is nothing new. How do we play around this? So we can't deploy on this flank. That does not work like that. What we can do is try a Mustang carry with the new Hound feature. Have not done that yet. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So these units are basically all something to sell. Go Hound. Clear them out. I love the unit design, by the way. These look so fun. Like little double barrel shotguns, synchronized. And then they bow their little head to reload and eject their little ammo. Alright. And that's, by the way, why you don't deploy against the steel bolts. You deploy with the steel bolts and then you meet in the middle and then nobody gets tower timing and then you fight it out. As I said, our start was pretty terrible. That's why I deployed this way, so we at least get some points. Oh, our neighbor actually also won, but only by the skin of his teeth. Alright, is this a Raiden kinda game? What does he do? I will wait for his pick in this case, I think. Because the majority of these units are not good. The Farseer is good, but you can carry with that. I don't think. I haven't actually tried that. And then the Raiden. Maybe I should try a Farseer carry. But it's so freaking expensive. I'm not sure if it scales well. The issue with picking the Raiden here is we have very, very little money. So as sad as it sounds, we gotta have to get rid of a unit. Then we get a corner crawler so they can distract the phoenixes, hopefully for long enough. And another. This is so fun that we can unlock all of these for free. I'm not even sure if that works anymore, that you can mess up the unlocking process. But I don't think you can. But maybe it's only true for the usual suspects and ground units. I actually don't know how that works. Alright, so he has a bunch of marksmen. Let's hope he can deal with those, but it looks fine what he's doing. He He's gonna lose the radar rounds because of his symmetrical deployment, but in Insane 3, to be honest, the later rounds are not as terrible as in Insane 4. Insane 4 does not allow you to do that. At least I don't think. I have never won a full game by deploying normally, as I usually would. Yeah, he did it. Lost everything except the phoenixes, so that's good money because of the Raiden. Alright, so there's a big crawler action and there's some wraith. So this is a very scary wave, but it's not scary for Raiden. So this is good. Improved Wasp also ultra powerful. I wonder if we take that, because the Improved Wasp is a EMP source, a chaff clear source, but I think we just mass Raiden and then we don't need that. The Wasp Bomb I think we will take, because that's free real estate. Right, next Raiden. So another steel ball. And another one. Try to get that as close as we can to the tower. Do we upgrade a hound? Not this one. More likely this one. Why the heck not? And then we need the tower fortification. We don't need to click that, because if these things touch the tower, it immediately dies. If it's upgrade or not, does not matter at all. And we need Raidens on the board to win in the later rounds, so kill him. Nice. Tower debuffs don't matter as long as the Raiden gets some of this crawler sauce, because that's a lot of XP. Nice, and that is Raiden level 2. And these ones don't get much XP, but that's always the case. The corner Raidens usually don't get much. And what we're mainly looking for is a laser sight. Laser sights is one of the best things you can get on a Raiden. Let's hope we can get rid of this Wraith real quick. There we go. Since we do not have chain active right now, we cannot deal with chaff. But later on the Raiden will be our chaff unit. And our chaff. Oh, look at this. This is insane timing. Do we sell that and make another 50 bucks? There is a field maintenance Wraith coming in. I'm not sure if we should sell this one. So this one is gonna get auto sold, don't need to sell that. And then we will sell this doggy. And get twice the Raiden action. Remember when I said I would fortificate this tower? I won't. The enhancement module is too good to not use it. I think there is no question about that. His board looks very manageable, so this Insane 3 is not as hard as it sounds. Okay. Bunch of phoenixes coming in here. How are we doing? We are killing tower. We're not really that far into leveling. The thing is, you get much more levels at higher difficulty because the units they will send are severely over leveled. And they feed a lot of XP, just like the crawler we just had. In lower rounds, we just get a little bit less of that. Oh, let's hope we don't lose the Raiden here. Ah, we do. Feels bad, man. Alrighty. Wraith. Is Wraith playable with Raiden? I think so, because it's same speed. Fire Badger also an option, although that is a grounds unit, so not that interesting. I think the Wraith is actually the correct play here. I think this time we will get some sort of Wraith action going here. Let's put him over here. And the other one over there. This time we will fortify the tower. We will also hit range and grab some more Raidens. It's quite sad this crawler never leveled, because this crawler you will always try to over level if you can. Alright, do we want to oil? I don't think so. We want to hit attack and we want to hit speed. Not necessary, no. Speed usually is always worth hitting, but with this kind of comp, not so much. Boom, there goes the shield. Look at this juicy level 7 Arclight. It's exactly what we need to get these Raidens started with their leveling. This poor Wraith will show you why Wraiths are not that good in survival. They die way too quickly. You have to have a lightning speed fast combo in order to pull that off. So most of the time the poor Wraith gets sold. As you can see, having giants gives you a bunch of cash. Alright, both of these are super powerful, but I think this is even better. So now we have to sell the goddamn Raiden, so we can make use of this one. Now this is pretty ugly, but I think with Chain Electro we should be able to deal with it. Should is the big word, because they really outrange us, and we do not like that. So we need to replace the crawler in the corner. I think we will hit the speed button this turn because we need to get to on these marksmen. Why do we need EMP? Because there is small little assault mode marksmen that get produced even more by these, and if they get hit by EMP they die instantaneously, and if not they will wreck you. especially if they are high leveled. This is a level 8, by the way. 77k HP, so even the Raiden will not deal with that, they will die. Okay, so he's getting the experimental Mustang treating. That is always happening if you go too hard into Fang and Phoenix. These things will absolutely mow you down. This can also happen to us, but in our case the units will be sent later and they will have basically life leech. So they are uncannibal little buggers with AoE damage that absolutely mow down Wasp or other air-based comps. So if you get these units, it's better if they get them early. They get really out of hand once they get proper action. Okay. Let's hope the Wraith can survive long enough so the Rains can do the job. Looks good. And the Wraith died, of course. And there's the experimental buggers. Luckily they are not very leveled. Good damage. A bunch of 8-gun Wraiths. Another was Swarm and Mobile Beacon. We need the beacon anyway, so we might as well pick it. Unfortunately, we do not have any crawler tags that are relevant for this kind of game. So let's promote this one real quick. Get a new one. And then we need to start deploying some crawlers. And since it's already so late, we might as well go for the oilage. I will hit the crawler here with a missile since they are replicating. I don't want any replication going on here. We won't really get the Wasp involved too much, I think, because there's too many Wraith and whatnot, but whoops, what the hell is happening? This is actually around, I think, where our loaning is okay, because we need some sort of protection against the Wraith. And I will also hit the defense, just so we don't get fracked by anti-air barrage. What's going over here? We have annoying Phoenixes. He does not run EMP. Well, he does run it, but he's not using it. Also doesn't have elite marksman, so there's gonna be some problems later when he has to fight the experimental units. Alright, Wraith all get screwed over, thank God. Good value shield. Oh no, not the anti-air barrage. It hurts so much. Big damage. Lots of hackers, lots of hounds, some marksmen, some stormcallers. I dislike all of these things, but I guess I will go with the marksman for now. No levels on our poor Raidens, because there was not enough money. But we do get a free level with the enhancement module. And then other than that, we'll just put them here. If I had assault marksman, that would be awesome, but I do not have any techs on this account active that are spicy. It's a goddamn shame. I will try to get the Mustang in this corner here with anti-missile later. Oh, there's a fortress right in our back. Okay, in that case we will delegate 2 whole marksmen to its eradication. Alright, other than that, we will... Oh, there's some crawlers missing here. Can we do about... We can sell 1 Max Mono and actually protect the poor Raiden. Like so. Get some range going. Since we do not have that much range, and there is going to be a lot of fangs and a lot of anti-air barrage overlord mixture. Oh, that's Carry War Factory, cool. This does not look that nice for him. Here's the Phoenix, I guess, and a lot of fangs. Yeah, I guess he went for the deployment slot. He also has Elite Hacker, that's pretty spicy. Can we take the tower? Okay. Oh no, the fort actually spawned. That's terrible. Not the shield. It was expensive. Oh no. The goddamn fangs actually got the shield down. Oh well. Look at this. Marksmen are actually participating in a battle. And will probably die in the fire if this game drags out too long. Yeah, I was a little bit worried here, but he does have some interceptor Mustangs, and then the hackers, I guess, can carry the game. My marksmen tried to die, but they did not manage. Right, another huge win. Mainly in my supply again, but that's fine. As long as we get supply, I am all fine with this. This goddamn Raiden does not get ever any levels. Alright, what do we do with the heavy armor? Put it on a crawler. Alright, there is enough marksmen here for me to care about this. So I will actually deploy the heavy artillery. So the first Wraith did die. There's so many goddamn marksmen. My goodness. Right, we'll hit the attack button. And we will hit the range speed button, because there's very little more annoying than humongous level experimental marksman. There's also some over here. I hope my dear ally hits his MP at some point, because this kind of board does not deal very well with this kind of units. They will get absolutely spammed into oblivion. Let's hope the Mustangs survive, because that's the main issue for the bot. If he manages to get rid of his Mustangs, I think he's in trouble. Alright. Let's hope we can snap this tower in the third volley. For now it's not looking good. Okay, this one is down. We just have to hit them once. If we hit them once, they lose all their techs, and at that point I'm not scared of them. But with all techs active, they are very, very scary. As you can see, shotgun boys snipe this tower in like milliseconds. And they also escape me. That's unfortunate. I want their XP. Alright, nice. Get the marksman. Nice. Yeah, if he had EMP on the hackers, he would hack these in milliseconds. It's really amazing tech against assault marksman. But I will help him out eventually. Mustangs did survive. I like his boat though. It's hacker Mustang, can't go wrong with that. There will be some experimental units that can kill him for sure. And if the ball fiesta is starting, he better get EMP, because those Matushka balls cannot be out-hacked. That does not happen. So we go on even more damage. This freaking thing hasn't leveled again. So I will sell that. Grab the enhance. Make another 400 money. Just like that. And then we will go for some big D elite recruitment. Right, we don't have enough space. Guess we will scoot over to the other side as well. I'm really missing some crawler deploys because I didn't take the additional deployment thing. But you can't do everything. We also have some marksmen to sell still. Let's actually level the crawler here because we want to get them in the front. There's some nasty wasp stuff happening here. I would also like to take some levels here. Yeah, can't be asked. So the best case scenario is we get light unit manufacturing, additional deployment slots, or free crawler upgrades. All of these are good. The best one is probably additional deployment, because additional deployment makes a huge difference if the game goes, I don't know which, I think 16 rounds is the case in this I'm not even sure, because I know I never play Survival 3, I just play to the end. It's always 18 rounds. Okay, so here's game from some phoenixes there, and we get shreked by the wasp because they have a bunch of range and they move pretty fast. But I think that's fine. Raidens are not squishy as wasps are, so we get to take our revenge. Oh, you did click quantum reassembly now. Looks like he's struggling a little bit here. Let's see if we can help him out. Unfortunately, our comp is very, very slow, so it will take some time until we will make it there. Ouch. Our teammate will soon learn that the earlier rounds are not the problem. That's always the later rounds that truly show what kind of comp you just built. And this massive amount of spam. I think I would actually go for the Farseers here. The Farseers are an extremely overpriced unit, but we also have a lot of money. And since we do have a lot of money, we might as well play some Farseers here. Where's the deployment module? Doesn't do anything. Unfortunate. We sell a marksman. Then it's time for the big tech up. Farseers get missile interceptor, Farseers get range, and Farseers get EMP, so they are superb units in these kind of weird game modes. This is worth a double missile. And then I would like to add some Mustangs with missile interceptor. Put them in the corner. Put some in the front. And then some in the middle. So we get rid of these goddamn missiles that come in. Because the AI likes spamming those. This time we will hit the speed to get to our opponent, I was gonna say, to our ally a little bit faster. Although I'm not sure if that's a good idea, because we have level 8 Mustangs coming in here. And I really, really hope we can lock onto those. It should be in range, technically speaking. Alright, let's hope. We can hit that. We can. Perfect. Mustangs are only a issue if they get to shoot. His board is burning. I hope he has his hounds ready to clear the fire. And our side of the board is looking clean. We will lose a few Raidens, but nothing really major. also went for the fast. She finally has some EMPs. Nice. EMP is a very good tech to have in this kind of game. Oh, my poor crawlers. That's another way harder mode for the poor crawler army. Because crawlers do not actually die if I play survival. But if they have to walk across the entire map into the next fire, then they will obviously not survive. Very sad, but that's just the way it is. Redeployment? Sure. Finally got them enhancement module. Actually did something. This intensive training is big value. Very cool, very cool. Alright. Now we need some more crawler action. And then we can still mass recruit another Raiden. Right there. And then I think we will hit range on the Farseers so they don't drive in as fast. No pun intended. And we redeploy a marksman to the front. So these ugly assault marksmen shoot the marksman and not my Raidens first. Gonna hit a missile here. Alright, so this is a good beacon time for sure. So there's a very ugly marksman right in front of us. So we will see about that. This is gonna be a little bit scary. Because they will target lock onto the thing with the biggest health. Oh, I didn't level the crawler. Yeah, that's one Raiden down. 2 Raidens down. And that's 3. Kill the goddamn tower, come on. Kill it. Nice. Some scary stuff. Yep. We do not make it this round. Let's hope our ally can carry. Ooh, didn't even get the frickin' shot out. Uh-oh. He's fighting the Giga Factory. I think it's not dying. I mean it is, but he got it. Alright. He doesn't really have that many high-leveled units. I think that's why it was a little bit complicated, because that thing has 1.5 million freaking HP. But he did pull through. And that was a pretty disgusting round for me, because there was nothing I could do. Okay, so now we have some leveling duties. All the Raidens that will get sold, or the corner Raidens need to get upgraded. And then we need way more crawlers. need late crawlers. Need frontline crawlers, and we need this crawler to be leveled. I think I will actually loan for that, because it's super important that this thing gets as huge as it can, because this with subterranean means it will not die. Ever. Okay, any redeployment shenanigans? I guess. I guess not. Is there a hole here? No, just looks weird. I could get this Raiden to the front line. Some scary melting point here in the middle. Level 8, level 5 with item. And all with crawler spam. What's going on here? AI has basically no units. What the heck? He's really high leveled units, but very few. I think our teammate can handle this no problem. That shouldn't be even close. Yeah, no issue. I fully trust the team. Look at this. Poor freaking Raiden is getting killed through the freaking tower debuff. Just like that. That's why it's very annoying. And that's why we need all these crawlers, by the way. There's the level 4 armored crawler. Being a nuisance to the level 9 fangs. And it still did not die. That's why it has the heavy armor and no one else has it. Because even a Raiden with high armor cannot do anything against the Melter. The Melter needs a little bit time to ramp up to kill the crawler, because each of these crawlers has 1000 plus HP. Getting a little bit laggy. There's another marksman drop. Alright, a death knell. We could run death knells, but they're extremely expensive. And I'm not even sure if we can make it. I can do it for the memes, because this game is probably over very soon. I would love to have Assault Marksman this game. This would have been so nice. Oh well. Could also get the Giga boat and sell it. Not even sure what's worth more money. Okay, let's pick it and see what we want to do. Do we want any of this? It's a big shield, to be honest. Let's do it, why not? For the Grainter meme. Look at how tiny this shield is in comparison to the actual unit. Let's put the Raiden somewhere else. Big boy Melter coming through. And then we have to do some maintenance here. This crawler is obviously getting leveled. It's gonna get so fast and so big that the AI doesn't know what to do. Then we require additional speed. And I guess we sell the frickin' enhancement module thing, because otherwise we're never gonna make money of it. Like so. Get range enhancement and then HP enhancement. Other Raiden back in line. And then we require some mobile bacon. Right there. Oh no, look at this. Level 9 Mustang. 999 damage with advanced firepower control system. Ouch. That's some big damage coming. But we also have a humongous amount of HP. So maybe that helps. 120,000 times 6. That's a lot of shield. As you can see, even that amount of shield will only hold so long. So basically we were just waiting for the debuff. I only bought the thing because there might be a gigantic fortress coming, and that gigantic fortress actually would require a gigantic melter to kill. This is 170 range too, which is nice. Yeah, I guess it's dealing some damage. And it's also worth 50 each round it survives because of the higher damage. Look at this. Even more money. Big money. Alright, grab that, promote that. This goddamn thing didn't level again. Sell that. Alright. Get that Raiden back in here. Actually, I'm not gonna use the oil. The oil is unnecessary at the moment. Let's get some wasp shove in the middle. Alright, so what do we have here? We need crawler upgrades for sure. There's gonna be Stormcaller Massacre going on. So I guess I will hit the Interceptor even. Next up we will hit... Actually, let's use the oil and just burn his fangs. I think that's worthwhile for this turn. Ew, there's even units here. And then we can redeploy the crawler later anyway. Okay. There's nothing going on down here. And I guess the melter can stay where it is. We could also try to snipe the experimental Vulcan with the melter. Nope, doesn't work. Oh well, we tried. That Arclight is gonna chunk our barrier. I think we will make a little crab move. Yeah, there's again a bunch of Mustangs, but at least it's not level 20,000. Alright, so debuff is coming in. I'm a little bit afraid of this Vulcan. Okay, he could deal with the Vulcan, thank God. I really tried, but I could not, for the love of me, target that goddamn thing. Okay. This is new, I think, this restoring HP thingy. Alright, I think it's 16 rounds. It should be over next round, maybe? Well, we see, we see. A barrier. I don't think barrier will cut it anymore. Oh, there's some big voltage coming in. Now this looks like a job for Mr. Melter redeploy. Because we do not want to get hit by that kind of missile. It's just too huge. But we have a crawler who will gladly do that for us. Alright. There's 2 enhancement modules that we can use. Make a Giga Raiden. Upgrade the Giga Crawler in the corner and upgrade his brethren who are about to get annihilated. Alright, this crawler has done its job, so it can probably just move on with life and come back later when it's necessary. I'm gonna loan, I assume this is last round. And does he have anything that I need to deal with? Not really. Big melter. Maybe. Just in case we will hit the I don't want to deal with melter button, and then actually we mobile beacon our trustworthy units straight across. Then we need some crawlers for a little bit later, and then we need some in the middle. So we have Mustangs with anti-interceptor. I hope that is enough to keep the boats from annihilating our front line. Which it should. This almost looks like multi-meta because he's targeting so many freaking things at once. Look at that. Deathknell finally did something. It might even go over here and no, never mind. It did not, in fact, go over there. So my ally made good use of that additional deployment, that's for sure. Alright. Is it over? Oh, no, it's not. Right. Oh, there's a gigafactory. Alright, this is time for the big boy to shine. Can we support it somehow? Yes, we can go some fire support. Let's do it for the memes. I'm actually gonna beacon one over there. Then keep one for later. Right, Mr. Deathknell. Level 8 War Factory, Level 9 War Factory. The orders have been given. I want that factory dead. There's some ugly Mustangs over here, but I think we can handle it because we got Giga Crawlers coming in, taking 55 freaking reduced damage. Actually, I don't need that beacon. I will just let it go free. Okay, anything else? I think we are good to go. Nah, shielding is stupid because the factory can demolish the shield in milliseconds. Let's make sure Mr. Deathknell has some fire support, and then we are good to go. Alright, Raidens, please annihilate these fangs. Boom! Let's see if the Deathknell can actually target the frickin' factory before everything else has died. Can he? Nope. How many goddamn fangs? Oh, now he can, now he can. There we go. Top score, easy peasy. All worth it. He only cost us 3,200 in resources and 200 for each round that we kept him. Totally worth it. Another round. Okay, so actually some massive roundage here. Alright, improve firepower control system. Let's make it a level 9 Raiden. Just to troll around a little bit. This is not a long range round, so I think we can actually hit the chain and get away with it. This does not look good for me. I hope he can deal with that. I will still hit the chain, I don't care. Okay, this iron beam is a little bit suspect, but okay. And then the Giga Melter will most likely hold the line. Oh, Crawler didn't actually make it to level 10. Very sad. Oh, there's some big boys coming in here too. So we need some sort of EMP source. We need a counter here. And then we need another counter here. And then thanks to chain we should be able to clear that before it gets really ugly. Right, Giga Melter has a big problem because these things are absolutely deadly to units like these. So I'm thinking we might actually want to run back a little bit, but the best thing would probably to sell him. Because I have like 10 billion bucks in Raiden upgrades. Ah, we keep him. If this does not make it, then I don't want to win the game anyway. Oh my god. The freaking, I hate this effect because it's gonna lag my computer like terrible. Ugh. Slideshow. Okay, the Wraith did make it in, but the experimental crawlers are absolutely boned because they don't have protection. Alright, can we look again? Okay. Giga Melter is fighting for its life and it's exactly happening what I've already said. The freaking crawlers try to eat him, but he does survive on like 1 millimeter of health. And then he's gonna die to the fire. What? Come on. You can do it. I can still see the health bar. I can still see it. A little bit. A little bit. And now you go to the war factory and you just kill it. Just watch. That Giga Melter is doing God's work. Ah, he's blue. Can he get the orange by killing the big boy? Can't even see its HP, so it's not even damaged yet. Oh no, there's more fire, more fire. Don't die, don't die. It's just 300 damage per second, it's not that much. No! He did not in fact make it. So sad. Yeah, the problem is this thing was already hacked, so I'm not even sure if he could make it in time. But apparently he did need our help in the end. That was a GG. Very sad about the Melter though. He was so close to greatness and he was so close to losing. GG well played. Pizza Fanatics was worried about the Bar 4 factory? Nah. He's fine. I didn't even see the war factory. The thing is, this experimental war factory is not actually that scary because it is only level 3. There is a higher level factory that is actually disgusting because you can't take it out. And these factories are all lower level, but they do have the ugly splash. But you know what? War factory can't shoot air, so not a problem. Very well played by Mr. Hold on. Mr. Pizza Fanatics. Because usually I have to hard carry people that play this mode, but he was pulling his weight. He was also winning a round for me that I died on, the experimental marksman. Very nice, very nice. Alright. That's gonna be it for me for today, because it's getting pretty late. I will be streaming tomorrow most likely, and I will begin at half past 2, I think, CET. Then we see if we can make some additional MMR. So what did we do today? We got 1, 2, 3, 4 wins and 2 losses. Not too bad. 2 pretty tough losses too, but that's fine. Alright. Hope you guys have a very nice evening or day, depending where you are, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.